giocato di 2 ora vince
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again to the Wargaming.net League Europe Season 1. My name is Jordi Versmesse. On my left here I have Mihailo Jugovic. We're back, Mojo. What do you think?
Totally cool, and we are up for some really fun games because there is a lot at stake.
There is a lot at stake here today. Before we go into the matches of today though, it's fair to say we should look back at all the action that happened last week in our recap video.
Now that Week 4 is finished, let's have a look at some highlights from the EU region. Rusty Roster got some vital points on the board as they won both of their matches in Week 4. They beat Swift comfortably 5-2 and then were able to see out the Wild Bunch after playing a tiebreaker. After winning 2 matches last week, Go Hard continued a run of dominant matches as they beat Knack Abroad 5-1 and then Rage Quit 5-0. On Saturday, Legend surprised everybody by taking Knack Abroad to a tiebreaker and then actually defeating them. We then had another tiebreaker right after that as Utopia were able to be taken to 9 matches by the Wild Bunch. And despite doing what they could, the Wild Bunch lost the match and came away with only 1 point. With only 2 weeks to go, it is vital now for teams to pick up points in the EU region. 7 teams are separated by only 4 points, so there's everything to play for right now. Let's have a look at those standings. Ding now sit in first place after Utopia dropped a vital point in their tiebreaker with the Wild Bunch. Go Hard, they've cemented their position in third place as they now sit 6 points above Oops, who are in fourth place. Kazna Crew and the Wild Bunch are on 11 points. Swift and Rusty Roster are then on 9 points. Knack Abroad, Out of Range and Rage Quit are all on 8 points. So those 7 teams there are separated by 4 points. Now due to rescheduled matches, the Wild Bunch now only have 2 matches left, while every other team has at least 3. It's going to be a very tense end to the Phase 1 of the EU Gold Series.
Great highlights there last week, Mojo.
We have always some fun matches to show, especially even in some other regions. I was pretty surprised.
4 mouses, I remember that, I saw that.
Yeah, we had 6100s here. You didn't beat that yet.
Just not yet, but Mojo, we have 2 great matches, 2 important matches lined up today. Let's take a look. First up, we have Rusty Roster taking on Rage Quit.
Oh, this is a really close match. I would say even a rabbit against a tortoise here. They're both depending on victory here, more or less, for moving on to the next phase. So this is going to be a big fight.
And the Wild Bunch versus Ding. The Wild Bunch won a tiebreaker.
Wild Bunch really needs a tiebreaker. They need only 1 point. So they took Utopia to tiebreaker. Can they repeat this? We will see.
Can they repeat it? Well, we'll have to find out. Just so everybody is aware what is at stake this week, we're going to take a look back at the standings. Mojo, here in the beginning, okay, so you have Ding, Utopia, Go Hard, Oops, who are already safe. Then we imagine Kazna Crew will be safe as well, right?
Everyone else is not. We already know Legend is already gone. They have too many games and they cannot even amass the points. The interesting part comes as example Swift, number 7 at the moment, but they have really rough matches ahead of them. One against Out of Range and then Oops and Go Hard. So if they flunk the first one, they might as well fall out easily. Out of Range in the same problem there. On number 9, only 8 points, 4 matches ahead. Swift, Utopia, Go Hard, Oops.
That is a hard roster.
Hard ending for them. And then we have the most interesting place for me here. Rusty Roster, Knack and Brother, Rage Quit. All of them actually must play each other in next play days and Kazna. That's the only similar thing they have. So really rough for any of them, and any kind of hiccup, they will be gone.
Yeah, that's just, you have to imagine there is so much at stake this week here. There's so many points. All these teams have to fight each other. At this point, we are not sure at all who's going to drop out.
No, we cannot judge. My best guess, the biggest problem now is for Swift and Out of Range, and the other guys, it's all in their hands.
It is all in their hands, and the first match of those, it is going to be this one. It's going to be Rusty Roster against Rage Quit Mojo. This is already one of those matches. Direct contenders here for the bottom 4 slots. Whoever takes this makes a big leap forward.
And this is a big difference in a play by these teams. Rage Quit had always liked to play offensive and fast, and Rusty Roster with Basista. Well, we don't have to attack always. Yeah.
Basista is a fan of defending.
Yeah. But so far, Rusty Roster doing a bit better, 1 point more, and they are coming out of kind of 2 wins.
Yeah.
And tiebreaker wins though.
Well, the
As
win's the
usual.
win.
Whatever works. Yeah. On other side, Rage Quit comes out to several defeats. They're in big problem. I think they lost 4 matches in a row.
Yeah.
And
looking good so
they
far.
desperately need a win now.
They desperately need the points. Mojo, talking about Rage Quit, when we take a look at the players here, who so far is very important for you? Who needs to step it up?
Well, we already said Cactus is their lead player for us in our eyes. Also, I noticed he's very good at making fantasy teams. I should have copied some stuff from him. He's in like top several guys. But out of them, they have the guys like Gremek and I don't know, the other guys that are changing in plays are Halu, #1 skills and so on. But it's really always questionable because sometimes they either play it really well or they just flunk it out. Also, Rage Quit is one of the teams with worst defense in the league. They have only about 30% of successful defenses, so that's quite bad. They have to work on that.
Yeah, Rage Quit so far, what I've noticed as well, Mojo, in the beginning when they came into the season, they were very aggressive, very all out. Now, when we moved on, they became more static and static.
The problem is that because I think Mick Mac said already in one of your interviews, the
I asked them about it again.
people got hang of how they play. So they really kind of started to counter them and expect their rotations, so they cannot really use that kind of cheese anymore. They have to play some mix. But it's not really working well because it's in their nature to play fast.
It is in their nature. Mojo, I asked Mick Mac about it again. I had the chance to talk to him. Let's hear what Mick Mac had to say about this match. Mick Mac, it's fair to say that last week wasn't really a good week for you guys. You played Go Hard and Utopia, and it seems like they were a little bit out of your league. Did you learn something from those matches?
Last week was the most terrible for us that we've ever played. I mean, in these both matches, we did a lot of individual mistakes. Also, on a few maps, we've been convinced of the opponent's position and we didn't expect them in some spots. So, these ones are the reason why we lost.
Now, Mick Mac, you have 3 matches left this phase, and your last one is against Kazna Crew. Now, you really need to pick up the points this week.
Yeah, we have to pick up the points. The first one is against Rusty Roster, a team that have good players. In my opinion, convinced everyone by playing very well tactically, mostly on the defensive side, comparing their games to the previous season. We've watched a lot of games of themselves, so we find out the way how to beat them.
Mick Mac, we talked a little bit earlier before the interview, and I asked you about this as well. It just feels like you guys aren't really playing your style anymore.
We know that a lot of teams knows our aggressiveness to the other ones. I don't know, we're trying to... Now we're mainly focused on trainings to play statically and slowly, to take the more control of the map, trying to close the map, to get the curse to themselves, and then trying to make a blind push.
Now, Mick Mac, let's get into your match here. It's going to be against Rusty Roster. You already touched on it a little bit earlier. How do you approach this map? And you said it yourself, they're very good tactically, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, definitely it's a very tough match for ourselves. Mainly, I mean, it's the match where everyone have to be focused on the 100% because there's no place to do any mistake. You have to be focused on 100%. You have to make any show. You have don't take any damage, but take the damage. So it's gonna be very tough match.
Thank you, Mick Mac, and best of luck with your match.
Thank you very much.
Mojo, Mick Mac there saying they decided to change their style so late into the first phase here.
To me, it more looked like they tried to change their style, but most of the time it didn't really work out because they were
I was
getting
not a
ahead of
fan.
themselves.
I was not a fan of their slower, static play. In a lot of cases, it just didn't work out
The
at all.
radio communication doesn't work when they're far apart. They maybe didn't investigate all the modules needed, research them. But nevertheless, he's aware of their mistakes. They really must try to win this match because they need 4 points compared to 3 that Rusty Roster needs. And this is one of the best opportunities because they know
It's
each
a
other
direct
well
contender.
also.
Yeah, exactly.
Next matches they have ahead of them are Knekkebrud. Knekkebrud can play from here to here, we never know, so it's a gamble. And then they have to play against Kazna. Kazna is at the moment a bit on a rise finally, so I don't think by that last day it will be really good
No,
for them
and
to
also
be
the
decided.
added stress on the last day for perhaps qualifying, for perhaps not qualifying, it wouldn't help
Yeah,
either.
that's the worst situation to be in, to depend on some kind of gamble of points and some
Exactly.
mathematics.
Now, Mojo, their opponents in this one, let's take a look at them, is going to be Rusty Roster. So far, for me, standout player was Pashka and Prosto.
Pashka and Prosto. Yes, Prosto, when he manages his climbs, he's actually doing quite well. I would say. They had some guys that they really needed to perform in last days, but they had problem with them, like Shepsheshenian. In start of the league, he was actually the one person who was carrying them with his constant plays, but it just didn't
kind of dropped
happen.
off.
Yeah, yeah. Figo also had some bad games, and he was the main carry for them. So in this match, they better be in a sync, or it's gonna be a bust for them also.
Well, both these teams are under a lot of pressure here, Mojo, knowing that both of them really want those 3 points. Now, this is a battle of perhaps the very aggressive style that could come out from Rage Quit versus the sometimes very slow style from Rusty Roster.
And we also mentioned, like, they're also playing, same as Rage Quit, they're playing against Kazna and KB. So
two direct
contenders. It's absolutely same.
2 direct contenders, and then Kazna crew who don't really want to give points away anymore at this
No,
point.
they gave enough already.
They already give enough freebies.
No, not anymore. So Rusty Roster, a Tortoise here, Rage Quit as an Air or an Rabbit. Let's see, I guess, who will be the faster one.
Before we
Better
move on, Mojo, I think Basista, I didn't ask him about the flower this time, but I did get the chance to
I
speak to him.
actually got an answer from someone, so it will be fine. Someone contacted me over Twitch and, hey, I know how to do that.
That's perfect.
Yes.
But like I said, I had the chance to speak to Basista. Let's hear what he had to say. Basista, it's fair to say you had a really good week. I mean, beating both Swift and the Wild Bunch, points you really needed, like we said last time. Great stuff.
Yeah, why not? That was expected. So I don't know where is the surprise. We had really tough matches on the beginning of the season. We did our best. We learned from them, and now it's time to start gathering points. You know, we may be regretting a little bit this match with Legend when 1 point went missing, also with the Wild Bunch. But it's different with the Wild Bunch because they played really great games, so we can't say that they didn't deserve this 1 point. It was really equal match. So
I agree on that. I have the same question as I asked Marakar last week. Do I need to link some of the videos to your guys for the climbs?
you know, it's with it's difficult with those climbs. You know, sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. You know, but we're getting better at this. For sure, you can look for our steps last week when we played perfect defense.
That was great. You're right. That was impressive.
So it's a matter of training, and sometimes it just lacked. Sometimes some climbs are so difficult that they can't be 100%, like steps, for example.
That's very true. It is very hard to do those 100%. I can vouch for that. I fail about 20 times myself each try. Now, Basista, we kind of still see the same issue we saw before, where you guys are very good on the defensive side, we feel, still kind of slow on attack, and sometimes we feel that it costs you round because you guys set up for the correct thing, but then you kind of wait so long that the enemy gets to rotate and disturb your plan.
Yes, that may be our issue, and it sometimes loses us around. But I think when we train and we practice, sometimes rushing things too much loses our runs. So it's for us. I think it's better to use the time of the battle when we attack. We like to use the time and make our final move on the end of the timer. When you may see it as standing and not doing anything, but there is a really tough thought process behind this, and it's on the team speak. It's like a storm when you see nothing on your screens. So it's not like we are not doing anything. And after a match with Gohard, especially, we don't want to go into any traps anymore.
The traps are always waiting. Now let's get into your matchup here. It's going to be against Rage Quit, a Polish derby. Both of you would really like those 3 points.
Yeah, that's the game when you say it's not a 3-point game, but 6-point game. When you know the enemy can gain 3 points, you not. The difference is 6 points. So it's really important because this will be the match deciding who will be higher, who will be lower, and we are both on the thin line of not getting into second stage. So yes, this is one of the most important games in the season, and it's also Polish derby. We know already that we won't be the best Polish team, but we still may be the second best Polish team.
There's always that second place as well. Thank you so much, Basista, and best of luck with your match.
Thank you very much.
Mojo, Basista there saying they want to be the second best Polish team.
To me, it's really impressive when I see Basista's attitude toward life. I think sometimes in his free time, he can be a Zen guru master. And
very nice guy.
Very positive guy also, and he takes his free time to say everything.
He always has good things to say about every team, that they're good opponents.
Yeah, really cool and really nice to talk to him all the time.
It's always great to talk to the teams. Now, Mojo, let's move forward. Our first map here. Who has the advantage on Murovanka?
Well, on Murovanka should be theoretically Rage Quit because they played it more. Rusty Roster played it only once, and they have this much of success. So, but that was a while ago, so we don't know. So they're probably preparing something special for Rage Quit, and Rage Quit cannot know what it is.
Mojo, the question is Rage Quit going to bring 7 quick tanks?
Since they're changing the tactics, probably not.
Well, Mojo, let's take a look and see if you are right or not. And Rage Quit, they... well, I mean, they go from one end to the other end.
Oh, wow.
They used to have the quickest lineup. Now they probably have the slowest one. Well, except for T95.
In the youth, they were rockers. Now they're bankers. So they are now slower a bit, I would say. But still a lot of rotation force there between those Bachats, Grille and Lorraine. So it's only question where will they use that mouse as an anchor. We've already seen it used on this map. It wasn't really the best in a cooldown. I'm interested, will they use it to block the cap or in the same fashion?
And they still decided to go with Artie. You think they have to move towards that one base?
Well, I would go because Rusty Roster has 4 heavies and they're really good for Artie. If they manage to connect a couple of shots before the fight starts, they will really have a good heads up.
Yeah, Rusty Roster coming with a lot heavier lineup than we usually see on the defensive side. Don't you think 2 E5s to T57s?
It's really a lot of everything here. Like those 57s are really brilliant for close combat when you start it because they pump out the shells really fast and they reload fast. Also, they can bounce a lot, but they don't really have a lot of rotation here. That's the problem.
That might be a problem for them, but both teams are ready to rumble. So let's get into it. Our first round of the day is going to be Murovanka.
Murovanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Surprise!
Hello.
We're back. As usual. There are no matches, it's only us. It's all about us.
Yeah, I was just warming up my voice, you know, for when the actual game
Why would
starts.
you watch games when you can watch us?
I mean, in my case, that might be true.
You can watch yourself every day, I know that.
I do like watching myself.
But I know, you know what is good? Because we're improving.
What do you mean?
We can actually go in the game immediately.
Yes, we can. So let's jump into the game. Our teams are ready now. So let's get it underway. Rage Quit, Mojo, they're going to be on the attack with the mouse. Rusty Roster with a heavy setup on the defense.
It's gonna be quite a blasty game, but as usual, Mouse is going for that 3 line. So the end game for them will be there. Otherwise, they will just lose tank for nothing. Really not much defense on that side from Rusty Roster, but they can actually do it because Rusty Roster has really slow tanks like E5s and 57. But what kind of sneaky trap is there done by Pashka and the guys?
Yeah, but look already at Basista. He's very far up. Do you think the T57s are in a special position for this?
It looks like they're trapping something to maybe find some angles for Mouse while he's crossing. I don't see why would they be there on H4 so long.
It's interesting to see Yamto here. It's a fairly common position at E5. Mojo is very hold down here.
Yeah, we expected this kind of cooldown, at least one E5 to be there, and the other one can be angled on a
So there's
corner
a
of
small
HP.
trap here.
There we go. Fast burst 57s, waiting for a spot in a city, it seems. Or maybe just to peek around the corner and clip on Mouse, because they may be expecting Mouse on F3.
So far, Mojo, the mouse is now getting in position, you know, kind of takes a while, but once they get on the cap, what happens?
Well, there is a few options for a Mouse here. They can use him here, as we see, as a bait, and he can be covered by Grill and Arty. But they can also use him in a cooldown from this side here, put more tanks here in a cap, and then use Mouse to block this angle, because then they cannot be resetted from here. But it's only a mind play between them and the enemy team. Enemy team does not have Arty, so they actually have to come here up close and personal, and it's all about the rotations and how will the teams react. Now, Rusty Roster has very few rotational tanks, so they will have to commit their forces actually to go in a fight, and Mouse can take a lot of pounding, as everyone knows.
I mean, yeah, the mouse with 3000 HP, he can stand there for a long time, does get spotted out now. But there needs to be a reaction here for Rusty Roster at one point with 78 seconds left on the
They're
clock.
far apart, you know, radios and everything, maybe smoke signals, and soon.
Soon. I mean, they still have a lot of time left here to react to the mouse, but they still have to do it. And Basista is very far pushed up, so they kind of know that Rage Quit at least isn't very far pushed up. And now Pachka is retracting together with his T57 buddy, Catch Me. And I think they might just go for the overmatch on the mouse.
Yes, but it does look like actually Rage Quit for some reason is willing to completely sacrifice him. Maybe to do a couple of shots with that Grille and catch off the faster tanks with their butchats. But Rusty Roster with Basista down and the rest of the guys, it will not be a good trade if they just lose a mouse and kill no one of the fast tanks.
Now, Gramek is also repositioning here, but there's still 4 tanks out of the fight there for Rage Quit. Now, Halu spots Hallucinogen, and there comes already the E5. He's pushing forwards. He's going to get on the side of the mouse. RT misses the shell as well. The T57 heavies now starting unclipping on Halu. That mouse, a lot of HP here, but he will be the first one going down here any second, as Catch Me is the one to pick it up, and that was pretty much a free kill, Mojo.
Those butchats better make them pay now, or the match is already over. I mean, Urvis did a couple of shots, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough.
Pretty much sacking that mouse for free there. Yes, he has a lot of HP, but against 2 T57 heavies, he's not going to last long.
Honestly, I don't understand these tactics. They had too many butchats there and too little covering the mouse directly. They could have done so much more damage them, and then put a reload and start rotations with weakened opponents. They just threw him out for nothing.
Look now, the reposition coming out here from Rusty Roster, realizing the play from Rage Quit now has to be on the other side. Basista, who was pushed up first towards that G7 position, has now retracted all the way back to K7, K8.
I can't understand this kind of play. It looks like Rage Quit is playing fast tanks, but without a real thought what to do. I mean, this kind of plan from the start is flawed because they took in Arty and Grille and mouse, and they just sacked the biggest asset they have, the mouse. And now they're sitting in the woods. Okay, they're gonna try to, after sacrificing the biggest tank they could have even used on a 2-cap. We were debating about that before the game, that they might have used him even on 2-cap as a kind of just a block for damage, without using him. They're just now sitting there, and after 5 minutes, they will try to clear the bushes. It doesn't work like that. The game doesn't work like that. You don't have enough time. You need about 3, 4, 5 minutes to clear them.
Yeah, and that's even if they are in the normal positions now. Basista, he's not in one of the normal positions, and he has still 2 bad shots behind him as well.
There is a high chance they will even lose a tank when they try to approach.
Basista here. He's not in a normal bush at all. He still has 2 bad shots in support. There is 2 T-57s as well that can kind of cover him. Figo and Prosto. Prosto does get spotted here. Prosto
Careless positioning there.
kind of positioned himself in the open there. Took a fair bit of damage for his trouble. Minus 800 pretty much on Prosto. Cactus takes 1 in return though. Number 1 skills misses the shot. So that was not the greatest positioning there from Prosto.
Not best positioning from Rusty roster, and we will say freely that they are doing a sacrifice for sacrifice. One team threw a mouse, other team threw a team captain. So
Batista there in that 1390 went down rather quickly now. Yes, Rage Quit is down in HP, Mojo, but they have the cap open,
Now
and
they
Rusty
have the
Roster
cap
has a
open.
very slow lineup.
Yes, the only good thing going on for Rusty roster in that slow lineup, they just need to press on and hope to connect those shots, because bad shots are really, well, not very armored tanks.
Now, Rage Quit, they will start the caps sometime soon. Cactus is just trying to see if he gets spotted by running across the ridge as soon as they realize that there is no more passive scout here from Rusty Roster. They can put 1, 2 bad shots in the bushes pretty much, and the only thing they have to do is to make Rusty Roster come off of their camping positions. But Mojo, they're taking a very long time here to go in the cap.
This artillery is so underused in this game, they might as well just throw it on a cap as a blocker, because he's doing nothing entire time, I would say.
He has nothing to shoot at. They're not spotting for him. Now, in my opinion, it took very long for Pure Skill to get on that capture circle. They wasted a good 40 seconds, I'd say, trying to clear.
This is not the way to play it. Like this much of dragging when Murovanka never brought anyone anything good in attack.
Well, Mojo, what you said about number skills, it looks like it's about to happen, that Artillery will be joining the cap. I'm guessing he's going to be blocking in front of Pure Skill in his bad shot, now pushing the cap down all the way to 40 seconds here. But Mojo, they left the K6 position open.
It's really bad karma. They will have no crossfire. All the guys are from the one side. So maybe they're just trying to fight the battle out and run away, and then reload and try to come back and finish the job. Because whoever is on K6, after he's done with the clip, he usually dies.
Now Halu gets spotted here already. Yamto as well, 18 seconds left. Pure Skill gets spotted as well. Number 1 skills goes down to Yamto, but there is the reset already coming out from Rusty Roster pretty much for free. Pure Skills takes 2 shells. A lot of misses here on him as well. Halu takes 1 in return, and this was not good for Rage Quit.
A lot of miscalculations there from Rage Quit on positioning and everything, and the decent reaction here by Rusty Roster, because they are taking the enemy down.
Pure Skill actually went down for that exchange. Now it's a 4v6 here with only 2 minutes left. This is looking very good for Rusty Roster.
I think this is almost as good as done, because they're even doing a decent reactions. They, as soon as they reset it, they just halted all actions. They did not engage anymore. And their both bad shots are still very live. Although Prosto did that half HP throwaway just for the fun of it.
Now there is a relocation here for the boys from Rage Quit. They are starting to move towards the north. The issue though is there, look at that, there's 2 T-57s. 2 T-57s are waiting for them over there. That's not really an area they can push with 3 bad shots and a grill. That T-57, those T-57s will just shred through those bad shots
The
like
funny
nothing.
thing is they can still even reload before the fight starts now. Look at that reload, guys. It's that fast.
Nice shells here. Seba gets set on fire as well. Does have a fire extinguisher, so he'll be alright. But it's not looking good at all for Rage Quit. What those T-57s now, both of them are on reload. By the time Rage Quit gets there, they will be off reload. That's 4 extra shells.
The time is ticking, and it's kind of merciless. There is 60 seconds and less now left. I don't think there is any option for Rage Quit to win anymore. They were too indecisive, and that's what we've been saying from the start, when they played as a unit, pushed and dared to do things that none else did. And it kind of worked. Now they're trying to play some tactical games, and they don't have enough thought behind them. That's the problem.
Seba here gets already tracked by Pachka. The T57 picks up Seba, Cactus, Urvis, Gremek, the last three standing here. And the plan from Rage Quit, it seemed flawed from the beginning and it's not going to work out. Pachka might go down here as Gremek picks him up. Urvis in the city has to fight with two E5s. It's not going to be the best trade for him at all. Gremek is taking some damage as well. It's pretty much Rusty Roster cleaning up the remainder of Rage Quit here. It's been a long battle, but Rusty Roster was in control the entire game with 6 seconds left. Gremek, the last one standing. Don't think they're going to pick him up, but it will be Rusty Roster picking up the first round on Morovanka.
I would say a pretty decisive game here by Rusty Roster. They didn't do anything much more than they had to. Although they had a slow lineup, they read correctly that Rage Quit just left that mouse to die. That was the right move.
I don't understand why they just left that mouse. I mean, like there was 30 seconds left on the clock, right? If Rusty Roster goes with their two Batchats in the city, they don't need more than 1 or 2 guys there. They had 4 Batchats there.
And they didn't even have to keep an RT up. Honestly, the RT could have been in a forest covering the mouse because it's normal when everyone pushes on that position, they go around the corner and go behind the hill.
Yeah.
So they can hide. So you can keep an RT down in the
missed his
woods
first
and
shot
you can shoot direct. And you make a close trap by Batchats. So whoever comes in the ditch, you fight him instant, then you run away to reload. Okay, you lost the mouse for 3,000, but you maybe kill like 2 tanks for that. And then you do rotations and you have RT and you can clear the field and do whatnot.
Remember when we talked about it before the game? I think I said as well that Rusty Roster, when they see the mouse, they will probably just go close range and fight. And it didn't seem like Rage Quit. I mean, Rusty Roster had 4 heavy tanks. Why would they rotate through the forest where they can be caught?
It just, in plain words, it just looks like Rage Quit chickened out. It just looks like that to me.
Well, it was Rusty Roster to pick it up. Because of that, they sacrificed their mouse. Didn't look good after that cap with the RT.
No, it was all random, not planned, forced out. A lot of bad judgment here.
Well, Mojo, I'm interested to see how much these T57s actually managed to do. And it is going to be actually 4K damage. So Morovanka and a T57, not bad. I mean, a lot of that was on the mouse, though.
It doesn't matter. It's still rather brutal, mate. Like 4K damage in heavy tank on Muro. Like, GG.
On Morovanka as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of all maps.
Urvis is the only guy who did some damage, but he was shooting on those guys when they were pushing the mouse also. So rather after that, he did maybe
number 1
one shot.
skills, Halu, pure skill.
Look at that Artie. Like, if they just used him for a bait somewhere, it would be better. Like, why did they even take him then? Unreal.
Not sure, Mojo. I mean, it didn't look good for Rage Quit. They had a plan A here with the mouse. Plan A failed. And
even plan A was not planned. It was something very strange. I really had... I saw no meaning. Like, from the start of it, I saw no meaning. I can understand the first seconds if they wanted to trap someone, but like
I could understand it if after a good 50 seconds, perhaps, they rotated back towards the mouse to support him.
If they,
but they didn't.
Tried initial trap with Batchats and
then
if
rotated
they saw no one,
after.
immediately go and be there to support him.
And have one guy pushed up aggressively, for example, to get the intel if those Batchats are relocating.
Yes, but there was just nothing, just sporadic resistance and occasional deaths from them, and that's about that.
Mojo, let's take a look at the highlights from that last round. You can see here, looking at it, this was where the mouse died, right? That was just...
Poor Halu.
Poor Halu. Pretty much sacrificed. They lost nothing for that. Basista here got sacrificed as well.
And that was really sloppy from the Rusty Roster side.
He shouldn't be there.
If they already made a trap, they must have practiced positions. Like, Prosto cannot allow himself to get so easily spotted, and also they must have enough clip potential to kill at least one guy for that kind of trade-off. Yeah, otherwise, it's just a waste. He could have just sit in some bush in the middle of the field there, and it would be much easier for them.
I mean, he repositioned, but he didn't reposition far enough back, I would say.
Yeah, he was on the wrong side, wrong half for this kind of play.
So just in the dying moments of the round here, Cactus and company trying to do what they can, but it wasn't good enough. Well, we'll be switching sides now. Mojo, let's look what we got for our tanks for our second round. Do you expect any more shenanigans?
Well, let's see, because it's already up. Rage Quit playing rather normal, but look at the Rusty Roster.
Okay, so
Oho can perform the same thing that we were talking about the mouse. In either of the caps, he can be a block. giving way for the other tanks. Example, since Rage Quit does not have any artillery, you can put 1 or 2 57s in the cap to watch upwards, and you can put Oho behind them, and they cannot be resetted from the middle as we drone, which is the biggest danger. Then all the fight can be focused ahead of 57s, which is not a good thing when you need to do it.
Pushing into 57 heavies, it's never a good thing. We saw it before when it does happen. I mean, last few times when somebody pushed into a T57, it was pretty brutal.
Well, first time we've seen 57 on this map was actually, if I remember correctly, Milos playing it.
Yeah, he did amazing.
And he did like 3-4k damage because they didn't finish him off.
I think he got 2 clips off, but our game is ready to go underway here. The second round between these two. Rusty Roster currently 1-0 up. Gonna be on the offensive side here, and Rage Quit Mojo is on the defense. I mean, not such a heavy lineup here from Rage Quit as Rusty Roster brought.
This is a copy-paste build. This is not even their own creation. Ice 4, because of the low silhouette, you can use to proxy the one cap. You have STB, who will be on one line somewhere defending, and you have Batchats for rotation, TVP for support, and 3090 somewhere in bush. So it's really all standard, and you can kind of pinpoint it so easily that it's really ridiculous. But the only thing that we need to follow is what is Rusty Roster going to do with that Oho, because that will show us their end game here. Everything else can be rotated, but that tank is just far too slow.
I mean, slow and steady wins the race, Mojo.
If you are a Basista fan, definitely.
I mean, look at it. We're 50 seconds into the round. Basista just made it to D8.
Ah, mate, Zen, you know, he's a very peaceful guy.
Prosto is just escorting him, you know, slowly but surely.
That pun kind of came swiftly.
Huh?
Never mind.
Which one?
This one, you said.
Was that even a pun?
Kind of.
But pure skill, this was exactly... No, was this where Basista was sitting as well? Basista climbing the mountain now. Well, this is risky. I don't think there's any climbs to be performed there.
Ah, he's showing us actually they practice climbs. So he's doing an Oho one.
An Oho climb in the forest, Mojo.
So new tactics for Murovanka is clearing the bushes with the derp gun from Oho.
Effective.
Every 12, 13, 14 seconds. I can't even remember the reload on that one. But I think it's around there.
I am not sure what Basista is actually doing up here. I mean...
They're shooting bushes, obviously. Sometimes it's just beyond me. I really cannot get in all these mind games. I'm trying hard. I'm really trying hard, but I cannot understand all of this.
I was always the one with mind games, Mojo.
Yeah. Try figure this one. Go.
I mean... I mean, I get the point. They want to force Rage Quit out of the defensive position, I guess, by bringing the Oho, and if they can, they'll put him on the 2-cap if he gets there.
But Rage Quit has no incentive to move whatsoever.
Which could be really bad for them. If he does get there at one point, one tank is 100% safe. There's no chance they'll ever reset it back.
My bet is they left pure skill so low down, so they would see Oho coming. I mean, there is no reason for him to be so far down there. But he will see Oho from far away. And I really don't understand why they just didn't do as we said. Put 2 57s here, put Oho right behind them, start the cap, force Rage Quit to come at you and then kill them. Because they would have more than enough firepower for that.
Well, Mojo, Basista, it looked like he was on the move, but he's reconsidering his options.
Well, 3 minutes in, we already seen what happens to the teams that hesitate on Murovanka, and there been no development after 3 minutes, and the time is still counting. Kind of disappointed here.
I mean, this Oho, even if he moves towards the cap, it will take him a long time to get there.
Now, clearing those fields with Oho.
It's not the greatest of decisions, I'd say.
They might as well take a T92. I mean, that way you would for sure clear the field, clear the bushes.
Well,
every 40
I'd pick Kong GC then, though. Bigger splash.
Actually,
Or
also
M53.
better angles.
Now Prosto is pushing up here, though. He gets spotted by pure skill from that position, so Prosto knows that there is a
biggest
spot.
splash is on 92, mate.
Huh?
It's still on 92, biggest splash in the game.
Yeah, but the GC has better angles.
For sure.
Now, what is the plan here from Rusty Roster? Because it's very slow, and Basista, is he moving back?
Yes, and they will probably go to what we said from the start. They were just keeping it at our toes, you know, to see how ready we are for this kind of mind plays.
So based off of one spot, Batista decides to move back.
Maybe he was clearing the bushes to make them think they're going down, but since no one was spotted, that's kind of ridiculous action. And I just hope he will actually have enough time for this development, because look at that boat. I mean, tank. Going slowly. At least we can have a nice view on Oho. You don't see this often.
I mean, that Oho, as he drives by
Okay,
fast
action
and furious.
Action cam.
The
There we
speed,
go.
Batista, he is blazing away into the distance.
Slowly but surely he's approaching the cap, and
It will
within
take
next
him.
minute
It will take him another minute 30 seconds to get onto that cap. That leaves him with 3 minutes.
It's really tight, same as Rage Quit did. Massive mistake in my eyes, honestly.
I mean, that Oho is so slow.
I mean, if they were expecting Rage Quit to suicide somewhere, that's not really a plan. Well, the time ticks and goes away. And they are massing up tanks for sure to fight for the one cap. There is no other option here left. It's only the question, how will they play it out with Barchat? Will they leave them a little back and try to do a counter-attack? Or will they press those houses on E1?
Well, I mean, Mojo, I think the obvious play for Rage Quit is to put pressure into E1 themselves. So don't you think that Rusty Roster will counteract that by sending their batch shots there? I mean, it looks like they are. Catch Me, Prosto, Figo are all in position.
Well, it's going to be a really hectic in next 30 seconds when they approach, but this is what we are thinking. If they get this position with these batch shots, they can have really good view here and cover the tanks. They can block the lower side with Oho, keep the 57s here, so they can clip anyone who's coming at them. So that will give them really rather nice setup. The only reasonable way against that would be if Rage Quit does the same. But since the 57s are already so close, it's going to be really hard to happen.
Batista has to make sure he doesn't die here, already taking a lot of damage in that. Oh, if he doesn't even make it onto the cap. Number 1 skills, is he going to peek out to get the kill here?
He's getting protected by Yanto and Halucin again.
Yeah, no, but Seba
they did
picks up Batista. That's already the plan ruined for Rusty Roster, I'd say. Now, pure skill, Mojo, he can rotate towards that eastern side.
And he is doing so. This is a massive mistake. They should have brought him from another side of the cap. This is kind of careless. It's not a mouse to drive.
Look at the rotation already coming out from Rage Quit. Gremek, Urvis, Halu.
Pure
all
skill is a
rotating
key
towards the
person
eastern
here.
side.
Pure skill is the one who can decap without any danger because no one is controlling him.
Now, this is horrible here for Rusty Roster. Batista dying before he gets into the cap. The rotation comes out here already. There needs to be a play here from Rusty Roster other than this, because those T57s, they're going to get resetted. And there we go.
There we go. This is what we've been talking about, guys. If you don't control this line of fire, you can get rested. And look at the HP melting away from those 57s.
Yamto's getting absolutely wrecked. Seba is the one to pick it up, and the one-line push is coming out here from Rusty Roster. It seems like a little bit like a last resort. Figo, Prosto taking a lot of damage. Pashka comes over. They want to take down number 1 skills, but just look at the HP melting away here for Rusty Roster. They lost too much in the beginning. Urbis still has all his shells available. Pashka can't do much in this one. Catch Me, Prosto. They did manage to take down Seba, but now they have no HP left. They have no shells left. They have nothing left, Mojo. Their plan fell to pieces as soon as Batista died.
So many throws here by the both teams. Rage Quit being even lucky here how Rusty Roster badly planned this. I really don't understand. The ideas both had were okay, but development and how they performed them, total blunder.
Pure skills here is doing a lot of damage from the side as well, but this is over. Cactus now picks up Pashka. Halu is on reload. Hallucinogen is on reload because there's a Halu on the Rage Quit side as well. That T57 won't be standing much longer. He goes down. Catch Me, the last one standing. It will be Halu to pick it up here in a second. Yes, Halu manages to pick him up. He deletes him from the map, and it will be all even here. And
we did expect a long game. It looks like it for sure.
No.
They're taking their sweet time here.
We talked about a little bit of one-dimensional plans. As soon as Basista, I don't know why he is even driving first, to be honest. Oho, yes, it has great armor, but this is tier 10s he's fighting against. They're of course going to try and pick him up. The T-57s were using him as a shield, and he died before he got into
so
position.
logical that when someone smells cheese, they will try to kill a tank that's doing it. You've been saying, if you use Oho on Ruinberg,
Yeah, just kill him
the
before he gets in
opposing
the
team
cap.
needs just to kill Oho before he reaches the cap, and then good luck pushing him as a shield or something. Same applies here. So you don't want to kill your Joker, I mean suicide your Joker before he even gets there. It's kind of a nonsense. It was visible from Batista's driving that he actually wanted to survive and to get into the cap, not
He
just
needed
soak
to
up the
survive.
shells.
Because exactly what you talked about, Mojo, while we look at the stats in the same time, exactly what you talked about happened. You said that Eastern side rotation with the 1390. Now, Rusty Roster was in no position to deal with that at all. I mean, as soon as Batista died, their entire plan, they had everybody covering that 1-2 line. They had nobody covering the eastern side pretty much, except for Pashka. That plan fell to pieces, and Pure Skill did exactly what you said.
Both teams were suffering from lack of preparation and thinking here. One team sacrificed the mouse in undeveloped tactics. The second team sacrificed an Oho, again, in the same fashion practically. If they want to stay here for phase 2, both of them will have to show us much more. We haven't seen much of planning here. We've seen some good ideas, but we haven't seen planning how to perform them.
Yeah, the ideas were fine.
Yes.
It's just the execution. When we look at the
Execution
highlights
was
here
kind of
from the
horrible.
last, this is where Batista died. Seba picks it up, which was rather obvious, I would say. And after that, Pure Skill here, he just wrecked him.
It's not only him even, like there are two guys shooting from that angle and getting all the rear shots while they're in crossfire from everyone else. Number one skills here, the Ice 4. He's just doing his job here. He's picking up the shells, bouncing as much as he can.
just needs to take
and
the
if
damage.
he shoots one or two, fine. That's even a premium.
It's what we always talk about. The anchor here, the IS-4, he was full HP when they pushed him. That is pretty much all 2 clips wasted to kill him, after which
While you're
Rage
taking
Quit
while you're taking fire from all sides.
and Rage Quit then comes in with full clips and just takes them down. I mean, both teams here lacking a little bit on execution, but it's 1-1.
For me, it's ridiculous that more or less both had the same idea what to do, but execution was absolutely horrible. Like nothing else to say about that. And that will bring us to another map.
It will bring us to Himmelsdorf, Mojo.
Oh wow, 6 mouses? Never told.
6 of them. 6 of them driving information with a 4-1-6 in between towards the cap.
Yeah, they don't even have to angle. They can form like a square in the middle of the cap and keep one guy inside. Are they even tall enough for that?
Yeah, for 4-1-6 they are actually.
There you go. That's the tactics for you boys.
But Mojo, let's take a look at the tanks we got for our third round here. It's gonna be a lot of 1-1-3s here. And oh, okay. FE304 artillery, Mojo.
Cheeky. Now this is a comeback of a retro moment. We've
very
seen
old tactic.
School bus and some of the teams in the older season use this RT because of its mortar shooting. The thing is, it's rather small. It shoots right to the sky, and the shell falls down, and it's fast.
But
now
Mojo, it can't reset the 2 base though. So how are they gonna use him then?
It must be resetted. It must be used to reset the top cap, the city one, because then they can just drive it to the field and shoot there over the houses, and it's perfect. Then
So he has to rotate for sure if he wants to reset.
So they will probably keep entire team more toward the rail, so they have a crossfire there and control of the rail cap. So that's their plan.
Mojo, we'll see what the plan here is for both teams. Let's get it underway. It's going to be Himmelsdorf between these two.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
So it will be Rage Quit here that is going to be on the offense, and then Rusty Roster is on the defense, Mojo, with an FE304.
And this is a really standard start by Rage Quit. They're going all to the hill, and as we've expected, Rusty Roster will play a bit... Oh no, they're actually doing the trap!
Oh, the
Oh, cheeky
bait.
ones!
The debate here from Rusty Roster. They bring the artillery, Mojo, to then bait Rage Quit into this.
If they make a good crossfire, it will be absolute blast of a game. This is a great mind play in that effect.
Mojo, this all came to play because of that arty.
Yes, yes, yes. I mean, it's even normal that Rage Quit will go to the hill here. They don't really have to play the rail at all. But this kind of trap, it just realized that they don't get spotted fast enough. And look at the positioning. Who comes down from the hill and turns toward the 8 line to go there, he's gonna get blown away.
If they do reposition into that 8 line, it's going to be really bad for them now. The entire team from Rage Quit did move over that hill. Those 1-1-3s. Oh, this could be so good here for Rusty Roster. #1 skills, Cactus, Gremek. They're so unaware, Mojo.
But don't forget, there is also 7 tanks
They're
of
looking the
Rage
wrong
Quit
way.
here.
They're looking the wrong way. There comes Rage Quit. Now #1 skills, Cactus will be the first ones around the corners. Halu, catch me, gets spotted. The jig is up here. The damage already coming out from Rage Quit. Kind of the entire plan is ruined here. These 50Bs need to reposition. They already took some damage. But there comes the push from Rusty Roster. They want to take the overmatch? I think no.
But there is no overmatch because there is 7 guys there and they're 5.
And there's the first RD shot for a 71 damage onto the 1-1-3, slowly but surely.
Well, he will do that every couple of seconds.
Both teams here are effectively completely head-on with each other. They're trading here. The 1-1-3s against each other. Urwis is now in position with the Gorilla as well. But Figo, he controls a lot of the flanking potential here from Rage Quit in that bad shot. Now, how do they react with Rage Quit? Because look at their positions. They really don't have anything to work off.
Rage Quit here, honestly, they need to gather up tanks and push one corner together because they do have overmatch here. They are 7 people compared to 6. Also, they can flank them from the A line. So they can make kind of a crossfire and deal with the Rusty Roster tanks. And Rusty Roster is aware of that, and that's why Figo is going back there.
Figo now repositioning to that 5 line. Pashka gets spotted in the FE304, but he'll be alright. Figo will now be covering the flank here. And it's very rarely that we see teams actually standing off here.
Is quite a bit of time needed
But they
here.
can't cap. Rage Quit can't cap with an FE304. This is great for Rusty Roster.
This is good for Rusty Roster because the time is thinking. What amazes me is the amount of time that these teams actually take to coordinate any kind of effort and push and do something. So they will try with a pure skill to cap.
I don't think he can though, Mojo. Can
no,
he?
Artie should
be able to get him.
He should be. Otherwise, I would say.
There we go. 457 from Pashka. That FE304. When it pens, it does hit hard.
Well, it doesn't really like the small armor tanks. I mean, the heavy tanks barely feel him, and he most of the time can't even pen them. But 3090, that's another case.
That poor 3090. Pashka was just waiting for him to be. But there, look at it. Urwis is also pushing up over there. Together with Halu.
Oh, they're trying to find someone to shoot at the moment. But they cannot spot the RT, they cannot shoot the RT. RT can rest at them here endlessly. I mean, Figo really doesn't have any reason to fight them for real.
Nice shot there from Halu. Urwis is now pushing forward as well. Pure skill. They're repositioning
and
on the gap. But there comes the flank here. They're going to try and pincer in Rusty Roster from 2 sides. Figo trying to do damage here on the side of Urwis. But Basista, Yamto, they're kind of caught out here. Halu, pure skill shooting from behind. That RT still trying to do what he can. But Yamto is on fire. Basista, Yamto, they go down simultaneously. And it does look like Rage Quit. They found the answer perhaps here, Mojo. But the #1 skills in that 1-1-3 now goes down as well. And Rage Quit, Mojo, they found the answer to break this.
They must keep driving now as they used to before. Now they really need to keep those tanks moving so they don't get in any kind of a crossfire. We already said this is the only situation from the puzzle box they fell in, but they took some time, but they found it.
Great play here from Rage Quit. They picked up Hallucinogen here as well. Urwis picks up Catch Me, Prosto, and Pashka are the last 2 standing here. Rage Quit coming out with a great rotation. Rusty Roster kind of getting caught out. Now Pashka is the last one standing. Pure Skill should have reload available for him soon. I think it will be Pure Skill picking him up. Pashka misses the shot. Pure Skill comes around the corner, lands the first. Can he pick him up? He does. It will be Rage Quit Mojo to pick up the 2nd round here on Himmelsdorf. And that was such a weird round. I mean, the trap turned into a fail.
the trap was trap, but then after all for themselves. It looked like, okay, when you want to make a trap, you must make sure you actually don't fall into it yourselves. There you go. Another brilliant point for the day.
They were great. Their setup was great in the beginning. I'd say even when Rage Quit kind of figured out the trap right, it still looked okay. But then leaving that A line only covered by
Yes,
Figo.
the main issue with this trap, why didn't it work? They were all set up well to shoot normal movement from any team. If they come from the 8th line, if they come from the hill using normal way. But since they were not spotting the climb down from the hill and nothing was spotted, Rage Quit thought there is no one here and they just took the shorter route down. They didn't turn left and right and they didn't fall in. You saw Figo when he came around go, oh, thanks!
And then the great rotation coming through the A line there. I mean, that was good from Rage Quit.
It was good. It took them a bit to realize what to do, but
I mean, Rusty Roster were slow there because they knew Urvis was there. They knew the 1390 was there as well. They could see how many tanks were on the cap, right? Because they have the indicator how many tanks are on the cap. That is the moment where they should have taken the overmatch.
The same second Figo spotted them go.
Yep.
I mean, the Bacha spotted them go around. They should have just pushed in the remaining tanks of the Rage Quit, no matter what, because where they fought was the worst.
Well, Mojo, it didn't work out for Rusty Roster. Let's take a look at where the damage came from in that round. It's going to be Seba here in the 50p. Pure skill. 2.1k damage in the 3090. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Wow, that's a big game. I guess that he did the entire clip when he came from their backs. So that must explain it. After taking that little arty shot, quite good for a 3090 on Himmel.
I mean,
second damage dealer in total.
Second damage dealer in total. Pretty impressive, but there is a real issue. Catch me, Yamto, Pashka.
Dude, like,
I mean, Pashka is not meant to do damage.
But Cactus completely lost from Rage Quit. Like, seriously, dude, I'm gonna sell you from my fantasy. Like, this is the second match in a row.
At least he's playing.
True. At least he's not on vacation. Something.
Like 5 other players on your team.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, the others have to be buffed up, you know, to carry the others, but it's not happening at the moment.
Now, we said this was going to be a close one. When we look at the highlights from that last one, this was the great flank here. Yamto, Basista, they pretty much died at the same time.
This is the moment that Rusty Roster already lost. It was just a technicality because these guys did not move from that corner. This is the... They should have already pushed. They should have already pushed because there was only 4 tanks of Rage Quit there.
Even number 1 skills got Amorak there, Mojo. So that brought it closer than it was. Getting Amorak there. So Rage Quit could have won this 7-0.
Yes, they had a really good chance, but they just did not align the tanks as they should have. There was no real spot. And every plan they make, they leave an opening. And when I say when I say an opening, it's not like a little loophole that enemy team can go through. It's usually like a highway, so you can't miss it. Yeah.
Like an entire highway
of opportunities how to fail.
Imagine if just Rage Quit came around the corner with all their tanks. They'd be like,
it would be glorious, but it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Now, Mojo, so far, a lot of weird picks here. First Mouse, then Oho, now FE304. What do you think we get for our next lineup?
Bunch of TDs, I hope. Something like that.
Well, let's take a look, Mojo. If it is a bunch of TDs, I'm going to have to disappoint you, though. It's not a bunch of TDs.
There's only one, and it's in attack. So standard lineup by Rusty Roster. This is a current meta. Rage Quit more or less the same. With this in defense, you can even push the green side. Will they dare to do it?
That is the question now, Mojo. Explain a little bit what you mean with pushing the green side. We like to call it courtyard control.
Yes, there is a lot of teams. That's the only green place on the map. That's why I call it like that. There's a lot of teams know how to just press the courtyard in defense. You can climb over certain parts of the map and just cut off the enemy team from the start. And then just provoke them to do some failed rotations while you have a crossfire. We've seen it done a number of times. As example, we've seen the Wild Bunch do it 2 times in a row, actually, and it worked for them. But will Rage Quit dare to do it, or they're just using it as some kind of mind trick? We will see.
We'll see what Rage Quit does decide to go for. Our game is ready, so we'll get it underway here any second. Now, Rage Quit will be on the defensive side, and it's going to be Rusty Roster attacking Mojo. And does it look to you like they're going to go for the courtyard control?
Well, it's all about rage quit. We will see once they turn. If we see T10s turn on D line, it will be exactly that. And it looks like they are sending tanks in that direction. The only question is, will they just try to play slowly, or will they try to cut them off? It's a really aggressive play here by those Varsts.
Those bad shots, Urvis has to be careful. If he keeps going, no, he doesn't. That is the correct call there in that bad shot. There was a lot of tanks waiting there for Rusty Roster.
Bastista already spotting. And this is the moment when T10s would cross over if they want a courtyard control, but they stopped.
Kind of slow play here for Rage Quit.
I mean, if they really wanted, they should have already been there. So this is... Wow. He's actually going right now.
Yep, he does go right now. Gremek, Halu, they're going. Bastista already takes a lot of damage there in that 39. He takes
those
even
back shots
more.
are wrecking him while he's trying to run away.
If he goes down here, if they manage to pick Bastista up, it'd be very vital. But look at the rotation here from Rusty Roster. Urvis is going to be caught with his pants down pretty much. And so might the other Batchat be. Those two Batchats are in a lot of trouble here. Pure Skill is getting chased down by Catch Me. Catch Me is going to need some help though against this Batchat. He's not getting any for now. Has one more shell left, both of them. There comes the help actually. Urvis goes down, Pure Skill goes down. Great rotation here from Rusty Roster. Yes, the HP is even, but they're 2 guns up at this point.
Little Bastista buying all this time, and they are completely useless. All these heavy tanks are doing nothing at the moment. Seba is alone. If they actually find it out, Rusty Roster should just push on him and they will be in a safe.
Both teams here are keeping pushing. Figo, he has a great angle, but he's kind of slow, taking the opportunity. They might already get around the corner by that time. But look at that, 3 guys in that little gap there. And Figo, can he land 1 or 2 shells here? Yes, that's the first nice shell already onto Gremek. He's not going to get more. He needs to come from behind. Pashka's not really in the fight here. Here comes a counter push from Rage Quit. But look at those defensive positions coming out from Rusty Roster. Prosto really needs to do as many shells as he can. The HP is slowly but surely edging more and more in favor of Rusty Roster here. Rage Quit really need to take down some guns. They need to take down Prosto. They finally do pick him up. Now they need to trade Yamto in return because they're still down on guns.
This is the weirdest fight I've seen on Himmelsdorf ever. I mean, I've seen a lot, but fighting every little fight in all these corners and hallways, this is the first even for me.
Well, now Rusty Roster is making the flanking action here, and it's going to be Rage Quit that gets locked inside that little courtyard there. Halu, he does pick up Catch Me, but Halu will trade him in return. #1 skills in Gremek. Now they're kind of stuck in there where Rusty Roster was before.
Wow, Gremek actually didn't pen this shot. So Yamto finished him off. This is the end of an ultra strange
I don't even know what happened in half that round. It was weird. It was really, it's not your typical Himmelsdorf.
This is, in both sides, one of the weirdest Himmelsdorfs I've ever seen in my life in all these years.
I mean, first off, I mean, those two batches get completely caught out of position.
Yeah, Bastista looks, oh, they're catching Bastista, nice, you're doing something, and then, okay, but they didn't even run away.
And then they get 3 guys stuck in that little road there after Rage Quit comes in and be like, yo, and then they get locked in there, and Rusty Roster's like, yo, we're here as well.
Everyone is fighting in those little alleys that you barely fit
I
one tank through, and we saw like 3 or 4
The worst we've
there.
ever seen there is like 3 tanks fighting there, for example. 250Bs versus a Batshot. I remember Kazna versus
Actually,
the Wild
didn't see
Bunch.
that even in random games.
But now there was like, the entire fight was around that little street.
This will be epic.
Both these teams, we thought it was going to be a close one. I mean, it is going to be close. While we look at stats here as well in the meantime, it is going to be close because they both really want these 3 points, Mojo, and they need those 3 points. It's probably why they're playing a little more afraid, a little bit more passive.
I can only imagine the drama on their TeamSpeaks while this all is going on, because it does look really hectic in some moments. Like, I cannot even follow up half of the stuff that is going on because there is not much focus there. Yamto and Catch Me doing most of the damage here for Rusty Roster. Not much to be said here, because almost everyone from the Rage Quit is on a bottom page.
Only Bastista there, the one to drag him out, is going to be the one on the second page here. I mean, it didn't look good at all for Rage Quit here. Rusty Roster, now bringing it all even, Mojo. Going to be moving into mines, and you thought that Murovanka could be played slow? This is this little street where nobody ever fights. Now all of a sudden there's 7 tanks there.
Seriously, I haven't seen people literally random play this. Like this is a new way how to use Himmelsdorf. New meta almost.
I mean, it was fun to watch though. But those dying moments of that round, oh, that was brilliant. That was something else.
I would say we will probably will not see something this repeated, but this will be a remembered game for sure. Maybe even some of the highlights somewhere here.
Perhaps. Now, Mojo, like I said, that was Himmelsdorf done. If you thought Morovanka could be slow, Rusty Roster can bring it pretty slow on mines as well.
Let's see, on mines, Basista said they've been practicing their climbs slowly and they are improving and everything.
We'll have to find out about that one, though. Well, let's take a look at the lineups here. We can see they are going with 3 bad shots here and the Lorraine Artie.
Well,
But I've seen this lineup before from Rage Quit.
Rusty Roster playing with Artie in attack, that's pretty good. But that's all planned if Rage Quit actually manages to climb someone. And Rage Quit here playing with E50s, so offensive middle maybe.
Offensive middle, yeah, it reminds me of the KB lineup. Isn't it exactly the same one?
I think KB had one E50 and
No.
one tier 9
They
Chinese.
used 2 last time.
I think it was 2.
They used 2 as well, and they were both top damage. I recall it because the lineup is, I think, the same. The 50Bs, the E50. Yeah, it was E50s from KB. We've seen this before.
I think they had like a VZ and E50, but we can check later. At the moment, I'm really interested. This is not a lineup you can really camp in a base.
Yeah.
You must fight with this.
KB had 2 variants. One time they had indeed the VZ, but then the second time they brought 2 E50s the game after. But Mojo, we're gonna have to see if Rusty Roster can climb the mountains. Let's get this. Let's get the next map underway. It's going to be Mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
So it is going to be Rusty Roster on the offense, Rage Quit on the defense, Mojo, and this has to be a hill push from Rage Quit.
It's gonna be here a push from the village side, from the Rage Quit. They're doing a pincer movement. Rusty Roster left. One guy to deal with it on A4, A5, but Pashka is completely alone. He's
Well,
not really well covered there.
Basista said they were practicing the climbs. Prosto and him, they both made it.
And from Rage Quit, Gremek is already up. But this is a really slow action by both teams at the moment. Is it possible that actually they gave up on the push? Look, Cactus is alone, completely
I
alone.
have to be very careful though, because that RT, their lineup is very weak against RT.
Yes, but in direct brawl, RT is the least of the consequence, unless you have Diplomat on the other side. Then it's a different story.
If you have Diplomat on the other side, there's no hiding anywhere. Every corner is dead. Halu here is going to go for the defensive climb. Can he make it from the first try? Good approach. Nice. That should be... he didn't turn left enough.
Yeah, even I saw that.
The thing is, once you turn up there, you go left, you go right, you wiggle a little bit to get more grip, and he forgot to turn left.
So Figo here doing a slow spot on the island. But while that is going on, there is virtually no information coming in. Gremek spotted together with Prosto. And there is a shot coming in.
Gremek already taken some 523 damage there. Now Pashka, we
Was it
talked
Pashka who connected, I think.
could be. Now we talked about it, Mojo. Once that RT gets into E1, it's very strong. Like just explain how great that Lorraine RT is going to be against this lineup.
It's great because non-armor tanks like this can really get hurt for 1k plus from the Lorraine RT. And Lorraine RT is a fast shooting one, but it depends that they're on certain positions. Now we already saw that Halu actually failed the climb up. So RT will not be able to shoot him there, of course, but all the guys below the hill, they will be in a grave danger once Rusty Roster starts spotting them, which should come sooner or later. So far, they're really passive.
Rusty Roster fairly passive here. Cactus, Halu, now relocating. Still, Pashka has pretty much free reign for now over that 1-2 line, and I just fear for #1 skills in Yugi if they get spotted.
Yes, but who will spot them? Rusty Roster, as usual, really slow approach.
I think you're trying to point some. Can you explain me what you did there right now? Because it was very interesting. Was that your like slow voice?
It was me falling asleep.
Oh wow!
So Yamto is finally proxying something, but it's only Gremek that's wiggling down. The guys number 1 skill and Yugi are a bit away from the hill, so they're aiming the boost. The other thing is, can they even spot the booster that well, except in that one point, but there is 2 of them, so if he even gets spotted on the hill, they can do a couple of shots.
Figo here, he's just making sure Pashka is covered. There comes a blind shot, I think, from Pashka. Now, if they spot these 50Bs, Mojo, if he hits them in the back, oh, this could be really, really bad for Rage Quit.
I wonder because I haven't seen anyone from Rage Quit even try to outspot them. Like normal action in this kind of game is you send one guy to drive through the houses in a village and just make a pass and see is there anyone below the hill and then make boosts so you can gain some kind of control since they're already controlling the hill. I guess Rage Quit is even waiting for that because those guys on the island, Butchats, will then just push and make sure that Artie doesn't annihilate their team. But as Hull already failed the climb, we just need to see what Rusty Roster actually plans to do here, because Rage Quit, let's face it, they don't have to do anything.
Now these 50Bs get spotted. They have to be careful. I'm not sure. I think Pashka should still have a shot on maybe one of them, maybe onto the back. Perhaps he could line it up. What do you think, Mojo?
I think they're too far away at the
think
moment.
so?
Yeah, maybe Yugi.
I think
Yugi.
I don't think Yugi was spotted.
Yeah, but if he like misses number 1 skill. Oh, they're both
There,
spotted. There we go.
He's spotted now.
Ooh,
That's
Bastista.
only 547 down to Yugi. Bastista takes 742 in return. But what are these 50Bs going to do now?
They need to hug the mountain and try to move away. But the normal thing here is you send the 1-1-3 here where Bastista is. They're taking a lot of damage now because they're squeezed from 2 sides. Look at the amount of damage the 50Bs are taking because now they're stuck.
50Bs, Mojo, we talked about, they're going to take a lot now. When Pachka has another shell available, there's the big hit from that artillery coming out. Number 1 skills. Oh, they're going to get whittled down
What
rather
is
quickly.
Prosto doing? Like, he had already good time to climb up and everything and take his positions. Like, he's just giving away HP on some maps for nothing. And there is counter push from Rage Quit. They're massing up. They know they're in deep trouble now.
Rage Quit now, they know they need to take this hill area. Halu already taken some from Rusijan. Catch Me actually picks up number 1 skills in that 50B already, this hill push. Another great shot there coming out from RT onto Yugi Hombre. Urwis is the first one coming up the hill now. There's a lot of tanks not in position right now for Rusty Roster. They need to pick up that tank that is on the hill right now. Yamto has to survive as long as he can here, but he will go down any second. He's been caught out. Cactus will be the one picking it up, but Prosto's position at this point, Mojo, is going to be vital.
Prosto is the most crucial part of their survival for Rusty Roster, so he cannot waste any more HP, but he didn't have a full clip from the start. So that's kind of a problem for them, and then he has to go and reload. He already took another shot, so not looking good at the moment. But for Rage Quit.
Pashka doing great there so far, I would say, in that artillery piece. Now, he can still hit them behind that rock, I think, Mojo. Yugi takes some more in his 50B, but Halu, Siljan, not the greatest traits there either. Pure Skill actually picks them up, and Rage Quit are going for another overmatch. They actually pick up Bastista. Catch Me trades Yugi in return, though. Still close stuff between these two. Figo kind of needs to reposition, but still another great shot there from Pashka. 612 onto Cactus. Catch Me now coming from behind it at TVP, and Figo here behind Pure Skills should be able to pick him up as well at E50. Not so great against a bad shot. And Mojo, like you said, it wasn't looking good for Rage Quit. Well, it's looking even worse.
Wow. Rusty Roster actually fell down to 2 shooting tanks only. Figo is the only one with HP. He's in reload and alone because Prosto is on the other side of the map. We saw Prosto actually had to fall down from the cliff. Now the question is, if Prosto has a full clip here, he can bring them the victory. I think he can wipe out their entire team in that clip.
Don't think Remek is expecting this one so far from Prosto. Now Urwis and Cactus repositioned on the hill. Cactus doesn't have a commander. There is something to pay attention, though he can't spot for himself anymore. Now Rage Quit, they're going to make their defense here on the hill, Mojo. You think this is a smart idea?
I think this is their only moment at the moment, and only thing they can do, because Artie is on island, they know it. Figo is in the water with a lot of HP, and they're afraid of Prosto. They really do not know where Prosto is. Is he still on a hill? So they must keep this little mountain around them, behind them, with their back, and they must just try to defend themselves, because time is ticking.
Time is ticking. 2 minutes left. Well, now 1 minute and 53 seconds. Pashka has actually repositioned. I don't think he can land shots onto Cactus and Gremic, perhaps onto Urwis. But still, this is a good crossfire situation here for Rage Quit.
It's only the matter of will Figo spot enough. So Cactus is now safe. Urwis is not spotted. And this is a good position for him, let's face it.
Nice shell there onto Figo. Takes two, actually. That batch shot. Gremic picks
What a
it
throw!
up. The game is turning around here now. Prosto is coming towards that hill as well. He needs to make kills here. He needs to make plays. Nice there. Already takes up Urwis, but he's a one-shot in Gremic. It's going to be the one to pick up Prosto as well. And how a game can turn, Mojo. Pashka now the last one standing. And it looks like Rage could ever so close edge their way.
What a messy throw by Rusty Roster. Almost unimaginable scenario just happened. They were so much HP down. They had several guys down, and they just managed to come back because of sloppy Rusty Roster crossfire.
Rusty Roster, I mean, I just don't understand what the play was there they made. Now Pachka in a 1v2, I very much doubt he's going to be able to do it, but he can try. Going to be standing off against Cactus first. Cactus picks it up, and now bringing the score 3-2 in favor of Rage Quit, Mojo, and that was very, very stressed play there from Rusty Roster.
Well, this game is definitely challenging the games we've seen on Himmelsdorf by Messi style. I mean, we've seen it all here. Initial of the plans, giving up on them, again failing some boosts, changing tactics according to it, getting wrecked by Artie. I really don't know how they pulled this through.
I think Pashka actually did a lot. I'm not sure, but
I think
saw some shots.
Pashka might actually be the first damage dealer on a map. Like we will
yeah,
see that
I think so.
When the time comes, but at
You
the
talked
moment
about
I'm really, really surprised.
You talked about it, Prosto. He took a lot getting up that hill. Even one shot he really shouldn't have
Yes,
taken.
if he had that 800 HP that he just
I mean,
threw there,
yeah.
he would win the game here.
Now, the second thing is, in the end of that round, I mean, he was it Figo? Who was it? The one of the first batch shot
The
that died?
Figo who came along,
Yeah,
that's
Figo.
nonsense.
Figo.
That's
So
nonsense.
it was Figo.
Why did he go
Figo,
along?
the first batch shot, he spots Cactus. Well, we look at stats. He spots Cactus, but why doesn't he, get unspotted and do a boost? But look at that, Pashka, 3.7.
3.7, and they lost the game.
But Gremic also.
4 guys from Rusty Roster on first page. First damage dealer, Pashka, 3.7k on mines, which is amazing for Artie. Amazing for Artie. And still not enough. Still not enough.
Don't really understand either, Mojo. But as I was
Look
saying,
at Prosto.
Prosto there, not enough from that batch shot. Not enough.
It's not even in not enough moment. This is how you throw a game that was won by your team.
I also feel at the end of that, when Figo got spotted, he spotted Cactus, Cactus spotted him, right? Felt that at that point, they could have done a boost, for example. The defensive boost would have been able to shred the positions from Rage Quit completely.
You could have done defensive boost. You could have rotated the RT. You could. There were so many things that could have done better.
Halu failing here. I mean, Halu fails the defensive boost, kind of ruins Rage Quit's plans. They then counter push. Yamto is left alone up the hill in the 1-1-3. Figo here got pure skill for free as well. There was a lot of
Why was
freebies.
even pure skill going there?
Here,
This
Figo,
is the
this
worst
was-
moment of the map.
He should have repositioned. They still have 1 minute 30 at that point, right?
They had enough time to
relocate
at least
Pashka.
play together. No, even if they are not doing that, first relocate Pashka, yes.
Yes, and
that's
then
the
do
first
boost.
thing. And then coordinate the push to play together.
I mean, all they had to do was Prosto comes from the north. I guess Prosto comes from the north, Proxy spots them. Same time, Figo just does an easy climb boost and gets them from the side, I'd
I mean,
say.
even if they don't use the climb boost.
Yeah, or push
You don't
together.
go one by one. You don't
You know
go
what this
one by one.
You know what this reminds me of? You remember
The last
Rusty
game when
Roster against the
Nagorny-
Wild Bunch?
Yeah, when Nagorny was alone at the end. Yeah, that was really
Wasn't it
messy.
Prosto and Figo as well?
Yes.
If you wonder what we're talking about, there was a game against the Wild Bunch. It was a 2v2 as well. There was Prosto Figo, and they almost drew that one.
Yes, it was. It ended up on one shot versus one shot. Agorni versus I can't remember which one. Figo, I think also. Or Cash. It doesn't matter. Rusty
Pashka.
Roster won because Agorni
No, it was
actually
with
missed a
Pashka.
shot.
It was with Pashka, because Pashka did 5.2k damage in
Yeah,
that round.
yeah, Pashka.
But it was either Prosto or Figo was one
But
of the
still,
two.
it's the same team. Learn on your mistakes, boys.
Now, Mojo, we switch sides here. Let's take a look what we got for our tanks. I've still not recovered from that last round. FV183, IS4, Artie. This seems familiar. They've done this before.
Yes.
Was it against Ding?
Yes, FVTD below the hill, RT usually in corner. IS4, depending does the enemy team has an RT, can be behind the rock or in a base. So pretty heavy setup by Rusty Roster, but not that new. It really worked really well against the light setup of Ding, and Rage Quit plays the similar.
Rich Quid here, very light setup, wouldn't you say, Mojo? Only 1-1-1-3, a lot of bad shots.
Yeah, it's doable to do this kind of thing with only 1-1-3, but it will depend a lot. How will Rage Quit actually perform? Can they boost? Can they chase away that FV183? Will someone bite that bullet? Will they even manage to boost someone and control the base? Because we know Rusty Roster knows to defend very well.
Rusty Roster is a very great defensive team. Now the game is ready, so let's get into it. The 6th round already between these two. It's going to be Rusty Roster on the defense. Rage Quit here is on the offense, Mojo. What kind of start do you expect?
I expect Rusty Roster to camp, as we already said, because there is no need for them to play anything else. Interesting part will be to see is Halu going for that rock that they usually use on H4.
They're doing a double boost here. Yamto, Prosto, you can see it on the minimap, while Rage Quit is doing their boost from that side as well.
This is exactly how they were defending against Ding, and Halu is on the same spot also.
Well, Rage Quit
And
actually
even
made it with all
Basista
three.
on standard position.
Gramek trying to do the B8 boost there. He made it as well.
Okay, this is the key, guys. We have a spotter here. He will see any kind of movement there, and he's just making it so this FVTD can make a big shell out of that. They have this guy supporting because he already had to boost Prosto, so they have all kind of cover for each other. While that is going on, we have IS4 here, covered behind this little rock. Now he can see and he can deal with a lot of this cap, and he can bounce a hell of a lot of shells, and he can even cover this kind of approach and buy a lot of time for his team because he has a team and catch me here. Also, in the same time, this guy is doing a proxy for a hill. So Pashka can have really nice angles here, wrecking someone. We saw already how he one-shot some of the Ding guys there. So overall, this is a good play from the Rusty Roster, but it doesn't look at the moment that Rage Quit knows how to deal with it.
Well, both these teams, Mojo, we said it, they're going to be playing slow. They are playing slow for now. Now, what do you think Rage Quit needs to do?
They need to kill Basista. I think they really must work on killing Basista and chasing away Figo, and then they can start their plays. But like this, they will be in a deep problem because they cannot really do any serious push. Figo can be sacrificed because there is a lot of guys who can do a crossfire, but step by step, the weakest link in this defense is Basista. So if they manage to take care of him, they have some chance, without, of course, taking some huge hit by that FV183. But in any kind of other push scenario, they will be in a big problem because of the crossfire.
Now, Rage Quit, Mojo, like we talked about it, they're going to be taking this slow. I mean, both these teams, there's so much on the line here. We talked about it beforehand. If either of them wants to get closer to being safe or being safe, they need the 3 points.
What do you think? Hash or AP? First shell for Figo.
Hash, obviously.
Always Hash.
I mean, he has to, because his position, like you said, it's based to counter that zero line. So it has to be Hash. If he's loading AP, then you can put a Yak Panzer there.
It doesn't have a turret.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't need a turret.
Well, really slow play here by Rage Quit also.
Whoever picks the Yak Panzer, I'll put on my fantasy team for the rest of the season.
There you go, boys. If you want to privilege, do it. Do it!
I mean, it's not a privilege seeing as I'm pretty far down, down the rankings.
But never
So-
mind. You will be part of your team.
So we talked about this here. Halu, very strong defensive position, Mojo.
It's really impossible to break it without artillery or some serious flanking. But in that case, when it happens, you are under fire from the remaining part of the Rusty Roster team. Even Prosto, who is behind that rock there, he can shoot and cover him. So pretty decent defense here by Rusty Roster. We were amazed when we saw it first time against Ding, but we've also seen it broken.
Well,
in the
Figo
match
against
after.
Ding did 0 damage, if you remember, because once Ding took 1-2 line, she got shot in the back of the turret.
But here, the problem was when actually Rusty Roster lost this kind of defense is when they put Figo out of there and they placed an ice forward there. So they lost the advantages that Halucinogen is giving to them. There is a push.
There comes the push. Halu, Yugi, and Cactus, they kind of know where Figo is going to be. They want to surprise this FVTD. I don't think he can turn on time. They really need to pick him up now.
Let's
Figo
see.
turns.
Yep.
Can he get the shot off though? Figo, what a shot onto Yugi Hombre. Down to 14 HP now. They trade equally. Oh, Rage Quit, I was not worried about Sista now taking a lot as well. Yamto from that base area is taking some as well. Now these three batches, they are kind of stuck here and Halu is still locking them down.
They're in a problem now. I mean, Rusty Roster kind of lost one tank, but the snap he did and the punishment that came after, they're losing their clippers and fast tanks. Basista, we already knew he will die in that position. That's nothing new. But what is their other solution now? They only have two guys that can move around with some HP, Urvis and Halu.
Gun in the game is in favor of Rage Quit though. They need to start rotating here. They still have 5 minutes, but Cactus, Yugi, Halu, they're kind of caught out. That was a brilliant shot from Figo.
Let's see, will RT manage to connect someone at these moments? They didn't allow it yet, and that was a good play by Rage Quit. Overall, they did lose a lot of HP, but they still have 7 guns. So it's so far so good for them.
Plus, Rusty Roster has an RD. They have double tier 9s.
Yep. So these guys are actually doing well. Although HP does not favor them at the moment, they can turn it with a proper play.
Now, Urvis repositioning as well. Pure skill is going with him. You can see that. Urvis will be taking 1-2 line here. It's a logical play. These two guys to take 1-2 line. Urvis, he will reposition, take K1, K2. He can get side shots onto Halu, and slowly but surely, they're kind of working around Rusty Roster here. Look at this. Urvis, Halu needs to reposition again because he's going to get shot on the back of the turret.
He needs to hug the rock now because otherwise he will be in a problem. But once he does, he's a really hard target. But that will leave Catch Me to more or less cover his back instead of his own.
Halu is already taking here some Urvis. I think he'll pick up soon enough. Urvis now letting off some shells. He starts to be careful from RD. That tier 9 Bacha will struggle to penetrate that IS-4.
PCR is not that easy to work on that IS-4. Also, the pen of it, it's quite lower than the heat shells. So Halu will drain a lot of their shells, but Yamto is the one in a problem here.
Kremek now has started to cap though. Pashka repositioned here. I mean, Pure Skill actually started to cap. My bad. Pashka repositioned here to try and hit Urvis. Now, how do they deal with Pure Skill on the cap here? Because Pashka can't move.
No, he is completely stuck. They must master the forces and they must counterattack. Now they know there are two guys out of the play, and Halu cannot really do anything except decap in that moment. So other guys must gather up. But Prost is getting wrecked.
Prosto takes a lot in his bad shot. Now drops to a one-shot. Halu taking some as well. I think they want to take the overmatch here against the 3 bad shot. Catch Me. He's coming in his TVP. They need to pick up a lot of kills very quickly here. But Prosto goes down. Catch Me picks up #1 skills in return. There only has 2 shells left. Yamto takes down Kremek. Now Halu in that IS-4 pushing forward. Cactus only has 1 shell, but Yugi has enough. Can Yugi pick up Halu? Yes, he can. Pashka is going to be the last one standing in this, and Halu will be the one to close it out, and it will be Rage Quit bringing himself onto match point here. That was a very convincing. That was a good play. Figo almost ruined it.
It was really a brave decision they made there to push.
A full counter though.
A full counter, a smart play, push on that TD, expecting he's not watching your way. So that was a good idea, but a risky one because that snapshot by FV almost ruined it.
Figo could have
Almost
just
ruined
killed
it.
him in one shot as well. Now, there was a big issue there for Rusty Roster, one we keep on talking about every single broadcast almost. where if you recycle strategies at 1 point, you're going to get countered. Now, if it's going to be the game where you need 3 points in, it's going to be bad.
Effectively, Rage Quit managed to annihilate any RTUs in this game, so they played 7 versus 6, and then they calculated their odds. Okay, they said we might take a bullet, but we are going to take Figo out. So that was already, Duarte was alive, that was 2 guys down, and then
If
Batista.
they actually managed to track him twice, that would have been a free kill.
That would be a free
Their
kill, and
aiming
then
wasn't-
Batista will fall like this.
Yeah, aiming was not completely on point, but it did work out. Mojo, who do you think is going to be the top damage dealer in this round?
Oof.
Make a guess.
One of the budgets from the Rage Quit must be.
Let's take a look, Mojo, and find out if you are right. It's going to be... Yes, Mojo. It's actually going to be turn 9 bad shot as well.
Gremek. Well
That's
played,
a
Gremek.
nice amount of damage there for a tier 9
This
bad
is the
shot.
second map, I think, that Gremek was actually top damage dealer. Not something we see often, but we've said before even that we need him to play well.
I like how Figo is on number 6 with
With
one
one
shot. One shot. He makes one shot easy. 1,786 damage.
And now we are in a moment that is the worst for any team. Once you lose in this moment an entire map, you are in a brink. Every slip is a loss of a match.
Now, no matter what happens, Mojo, Rage Quit will be at least picking up 1 point.
Very important one, because then they will have 9. So they have guaranteed 9 points at the moment. In this case, we will really see how will Rusty Roster perform.
This was the great push, by the way.
This was really good.
Figo,
This is something we were used to from them before.
Yeah, but this shot from Figo, though, Yugi. I mean, they should have really just tracked him twice there, I think.
I guess they really couldn't aim that well. They were driving. But it was a good call to go for that and then to go for Batista immediately, because we knew Batista is already separated from the rest of the team. And this was probably the best guess they did, and they did it. It's well done.
It was I kind of felt like it took them a while to do it, but they knew the positions from Rusty Roster. I mean, it was copy-paste from
They
what
were
they
watching
played
the
against
stream,
Dings.
so once they seen it, they could even probably guess the aim of the guns of Rusty Roster.
Now, Mojo, we're moving into Rubenberg.
Oh, yay! The best offensive map
You
ever.
look
not
very happy to me. That was genuine excitement on his face. I can tell you. I work with him every day.
I think we've seen so far 2 out of 3 most defensive maps here in a league, and now we will see the 3rd.
Well, Mojo, you're happy. I can see it on your face. That's the pure excitement. Let's take a look at the lineups, Mojo.
Let's see who's defending here, and it's Rusty Roster defending. Okay. On the other hand, Rage Quit attacking with 4 Russian mediums. So we've seen a use of these mediums object farm.
Last time it was
usually
140s?
aim for the middle. Yeah, they usually aim for the middle, and 62 is usually used.
So why did they switch from 4 140s to 3 140s and T6-A? Because last time they had 4.
Because we already spoke about it. It's a possibility they will just put him on the open field up in that little building so he can play a cool down. We've seen several teams so far do it. I think the Wild Bunch was first one who did it, and it worked pretty well. So I guess they're trying an offensive play from that side. But this build also gives them a lot of other opportunities. They might rotate and do something different.
They might do something different, but it's still match point for Rage Quit here. And our game, it is ready. Let's get into, can Rage Quit pick up 3 important points, or is Rusty Roster going to mount a comeback? Let's find out on Rubenberg.
Runeberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
So here we have it now. Rage Quit on match point on the offense. Rusty Roster all to play for as well. They want this comeback on the defense.
And as usual, we see these mediums coming here for this left corner so they can't get shot back, while Pure Skill is doing a brave little push here, trying to see someone for these objects to shoot.
I very much doubt that Rusty Roster will fall for this at this point, because I think it's the 3rd or 4th time Rage Quit has done this.
Yeah, but let's see. Pure Skill might be in trouble because of that, because they must also know that he's completely alone. Figo and Batista already waiting there to give him a warm embrace of love.
Pure Skill actually manages to make it behind the building again. I don't even know how he makes it behind the buildings anymore at this point.
I really don't know because they should have killed him twice so far. But never mind. There is a rotation coming in from the Rage Quit, and they still can't pick a side where will they push based on Pure Skill's info.
No, Basista here, he has good control. He kind of makes it so his team doesn't have to rotate, right, Mojo?
Yeah, he's giving from here a lot of spotting and cover, so the Rusty roster does not have to overstretch. And it would be good, like in a short while, I think we should just show the people what we mean.
Yeah, Mojo, I think you could explain maybe a little bit more about what are the options here for Pure Skill and their boys.
Well, Pure Skill is stuck here and he's just giving the info. Now, Basista here, he's giving this kind of info to his team. Also, he has some decap spots while he is covered by these boys here. If he's pushed, they will just shoot in this line. We have Yamto, who can always peek here and just give this kind of cross shots, and he will also see if someone is coming down the street here. So that's good for them. These guys are like an anchor. So these are crucial in any kind of counter-attack, and they are keeping Prosto here as a bastion, so he can see anyone coming from here, and he can call from help that will then come and try to take over these buildings and help him out. So overall, they have pretty decent coverage of the map, while Rage Quit at the moment already threw all their chances for a surprise attack. They will actually have to rely on some tactical approach and try to take out someone from the Rusty roster. Again, I would say if they manage to shoot on blind Basista a bit and chase away Figo, which they're trying now, that would be a good play for them.
Trying to blind shot Figo here, these two guys, but Figo, he's not in the first bush, so all these shells are currently missing.
Like, Pure Skill is getting spotted. He knows it has to be somewhere from that area. It cannot be Basista because he's covered by building when he peeks from that side. The only thing is they're always shooting in the same bush. Like, they're not even considering the next one.
So slow stuff here from Rage Quit. We're used to you used to this from them. I mean, the last few times there was always a slow approach. Now, I mean, Rusty roster is in a good shape to even deal with this, and just something to watch on Ruinberg. Just look at the HP difference already from the start because of the defensive side, because of the heavier lineup.
This is a big game for both, as we already said, and Rage Quit does have a match point on their hands, but they are really not willing to just throw it away on some hasty action. So far, if they manage to do what I said, to chase away Figo and maybe shoot off Basista, that would really help them, because then they would offensively be able to take crossfire and trigger the 2-cap and lure Rusty roster into their crossfire. But like this, Yugi, careless movements here.
Yugi taking some damage there, 424 coming out from Yamto. That was a nice shot onto that T62A. Now, what is the final play going to be here from Rage Quit? Because so far, I think they've always gone stalled at some point, but Basista and Figo have a really good crossfire there.
Well, if they really give up on this kind of action, the only thing left for them is to go for the 1-cap and pray to RNG gods that Rusty roster guys will not be well aimed well enough, and that they will miss some shots from the people crossing to that A6, A7 moment. If they manage to do that, they will be actually in a good position, because they will have shots on Yamto, Prosto will be in a problem, and then in that mess they might actually pull a victory. But let's not forget, 2.5k HP difference, that's not something you throw away easily.
Very right there. That HP difference already in favor of Rusty roster because of the heavier lineup. Now, Gramek, Urwis, they're also repositioning. I think the final play is going to be south again for Rage Quit, but there's a lot of tanks covering there. They relocated 150B as well now to deal with that.
Well, maybe they will just do a daring push then in those buildings above the 2-cap and try to make some kind of a crossfire, shoot off 1 or 2 tanks before the other arrive, and try to limp away with some forces and then strike again. Because otherwise, it's not really gonna work well. I mean, there's so many tanks of Rusty roster there.
Urwis here gets spotted. He should kind of know Basista is the one to do so.
This is a big hint now when he spotted Urwis there, because those tanks don't separate. Object 140s usually stick as a unit, and they know it. So Urwis being spotted kind of signaled to Rusty roster what's going on, They still don't have to pull Prosto away. It would be way too early. But it's a big signal to prepare their guns for this.
If you remember last time what Rage Quit did is they put pure skill on that bush in the cap, but now with Figo there, he hasn't been able to do so far.
No, he cannot do anything. Also, Rusty Roster as well as Rage Quit watch the stream and they will know very well where to shoot in this moment. I mean, that bush, it's not really hard to guess. It's like one of the two on the cap.
Well,
And there we go. Again, he found a cheeky little moment when to do it.
now we talked about this before last time, Mojo, as well. This position here, he cannot be resetted by Basista.
No, he cannot be resetted by Yamto also because they already have two guys aiming for that corner. So Yamto would have to do a really daring play on that corner to actually hit something there.
Basista took some damage there in that RU251. Has to be careful. He cannot reset that base. Now, what is going to be the play? We talked about it before last time. Kind of just depends on somebody just driving through. Basista
Oh, don't throw away that
overextending
HP.
here.
In one moment, Figo will just have to go down and other
kill
guys
him,
and
yes.
kill him. Yes, and other guys will just have to cover him, and he will have to drive around a little and hide behind some rock or building, so they can't shoot him. This is the most logical response, and then he will have a really good coverage by his heavies. But why are they not still moving toward the cap? Why are they still not there preparing for such a leap? And they're gonna actually sacrifice Yamto to do it, but that's the worst possible choice.
Yamto in that 1-1-3 taking already so much damage.
Well,
that was not a worthwhile trade there.
There goes
1.5 HP off Yamto.
Yeah, that 2.5k HP advantage shaved away. Gone. But still, 2.5 minutes. Rage Quit took their sweet time to do anything. Like, communication was not on a level, nor execution. So they're right there where they started. They will still have to do a push, and Rusty Roster is still waiting.
Pure skill. It's gonna go take the fire with Basista.
No, this will be probably a push from the two sides. Oh.
Yep, he did decide to go take the fire with Basista. That didn't work out for him. Now this is gonna be a pincer attack, Mojo.
This is the attack we've been talking about many times when you are in the same time pushing from two caps. Now the difference here is because Yamto is more or less dead. He lost so much HP, he will disappear immediately. Now we will just see, will they manage to take out Prosto? And how pressured will they be on their southern side?
Halu got across here. Urwis as well, taking very little so far, but now taking some more. Yugi taking some as well. Cactus as well. The 50 Bs are covering Yugi. Not the best side scraping there, taking a lot of damage. Now Prosto repositions as well to behind the fountain. So far, Rusty Roster in control, but these 50 Bs, they're taking so much damage. Catch Me goes down already. Pachka drops low as well. That wasn't great either from Rusty Roster. Now Figo on the flank here. Halu, Urwis, so far not doing so much. Prosto is still full HP.
Will Yamto finally fall? They forgot to leave one guy back actually to finish him off. So even Basista is doing damage from that side. It's a messy game all over the place again. The 5 guys from Rusty Roster and 50 seconds on. Halu on full HP. Cap is not an option anymore.
Cap is not an option. 45 seconds left. They really have to start killing everybody. Halu has to go kill Prosto. Prosto now takes a lot as well. Figo is on reload. Basista is trying to get out of there as well. Prosto actually manages to pick up Urwis. Gramek now takes some damage as well. Pashka picks up Gramek. They're going to trade Basista in return, but with 28 seconds left, I don't think they have enough damage left to really clean up the rest of Rusty Roster.
There is not even time or HP or guns enough. I mean, for start, the main issue is either Figo or Halu, who have so much HP, and there is simply no time to deal with them. Again, as on Murovanka, sloppy, slow actions.
Very slow stuff here from the two. There's so much on the line. Number 1 skills drives forwards. Figo misses the shot. Pashka will be the one to pick it up, and that will be it. Now 4-3, still in favor of Rage Quit, but becoming closer.
So Rage Quit managed to get that, well, I mean, Rusty Roster managed to get that one game they needed because Rage Quit is in a lead. But still, now they're shifting the roles and Rusty Roster in attack, never a good option.
I mean, it's been very slow stuff between these two. I don't expect anything else for the next round either. Rage Quit, they tried the same stuff here, but it didn't work out.
The only team we've seen Rusty Roster rush so far was on that Prokhorovka game. It surprised us all completely, but it won them the match.
I don't think they can rush very much on Runeberg, though.
It's doable, but you kind of
It's
have to risk everything. It's like you flip a dime and
Well,
you rush,
the best
and what happens,
the
happens.
best thing I recall from this, it was like Rage Quit. They pushed against, I'm not sure who it was against, but they pushed the south side,
Yep.
and the enemy just pushed the north side, and
Yeah,
it was
they-
like,
they,
oh.
they were playing the Ruinberg, so Rage Quit as defenders in one of their first matches decided to, with all 7 tanks, go on the southern cap, on lower cap, on a green field, while the enemy team entire blindly pushed the
the
top
A line.
cap. So they were like here, and the enemy already started capping with 3, and they're like, oops.
That was great.
It was a short game. It was a very short
This is
game.
not a short game.
But this one is not, but that one was.
I love tiebreakers. I'm going to keep saying it because I'm getting all of them anyways.
I'm not going to cast with you anymore.
Mojo, let's take a look at the stats though from that last round. You were right. I get all the tiebreakers. Pashka there. I mean, very even spread here. There's not really anything to like highlight. It was just an even game.
Now, we can see that these objects did pretty decent damage and everything. I mean, once the game started, they actually performed, but too slow, too much time, too risky at that moment because they were forced to just suicide in some.
No time. Too
Nope.
much time being wasted. Pure skill there. He tried to take the fire with Basista at one point. Well, that didn't work out.
No, look at this Yugi. He got annihilated in the deck 62. We would say that is the most armored tanks of those
Well,
Russians.
he tried to backside scrape against the 50Bs.
It doesn't really work.
Not in
No.
a T60A, and when they're shooting
No.
down on you.
No.
I mean, T60A has a great turret.
I mean,
when
even
they're shooting
Bastista
down
did
on you.
1200 damage.
Now, Mojo, our sides are going to be switching.
Yeah, this is kind of always a problem for Rusty roster. Now they are on attack side of the Ruinberg. Like, they're not the
Can they do it?
Well, if Rage Quit does some
Can
silly
they,
rotations...
how many tiebreakers would that bring Rusty roster up onto?
I think they won 3.
They tiebreaker 1 against out of range.
Yes,
They won 2 last week, I think.
yes.
Could be number 4. Let's take a look at the lineups.
The
coming.
most tiebreakerest team in the league.
The lineups here for our possibly last round. 3-1-1-3 is 3 bad shots here, Mojo.
fairly fast lineup here from Rusty roster. Maybe a pincer attack here on Ruinberg. We've been already saying, but they may push from the lower side with 1-1-3s and full up YOLO with butchats. But so far, they were not really prone for that kind of actions.
Well, the pincer attack we talked about last round might come into effect here again in this round.
Well, what's going on well for them is that Rage Quit probably has the lowest defense on in league on Ruinberg, which would be 0%.
Why not? They have a clean record.
Yes, and their attack is not even better, so it's like 16. It kind of explains it. I don't know why did they leave this map as a decider map for them.
Are we going to go to tiebreaker, or is Rage Quit going to close it out with 3 points? Let's find out into our possibly last round here between these two. And already, this is a lot of flank driving through the middle here for Rusty roster.
We're gonna see an offensive play here, guys, because it leaves them no option but to press those buildings in a village. They will go with everything and they will pressure the cap.
How much damage are they going to take though driving through that middle? I think the Gorilla will be in position
Let's see,
for
Gorilla.
this as well.
Let's see. Is there any connection? He had more than enough time to
So
aim
far,
someone.
nothing. So far, nothing. So no real connections there on the crossing. Yes, they took some, but they should have taken more. Halu,
It's really cheap for the amount of
Yeah.
positioning they got. Like, they can do whatever they want now.
pure skill and Seba. They are starting the rotation now. So it's good so far, but we talked about it before as well. It is bad for a team when you lose complete zero line control.
Well, Rusty roster is pressuring the cap here. Are we going to see a tiebreaker here? Because if Rage Quit doesn't do something really well, is in focus fire and counter, it's going well for that direction.
Well, the triple cap is on here. 33 seconds left for Rusty roster to bring it to a tiebreaker. But Rage Quit is starting to chip away some of that HP. Basista takes some as well in his RU251, but still 26 seconds left here.
It's well, it's enough time to gather forces. Even Halu, who is most far away of the tanks of the Rage Quit, to be there in action. Pure skill is buying them a lot of time from that position. He's annoying them a lot because he can peek out and sacrifice some of the HP to decap them.
Still 15 seconds left now. Basista takes some more in that RU251. Yamto as well. Cap all the way back up to 34 seconds. Rusty Roster is taking a lot of damage here, Mojo. This is not working out.
It does look like Rage Quit actually managed to take some ground back because Rusty Roster is just doing some far away sniping.
Halu just almost disappeared there in his 50B, but still damage in favor of Rage Quit. Even Pure Skill peeking out from time to time, doing some annoying chipping damage here. Repairs his ammo rack there as well. Now Rage Quit is still in control, but it's not much separating these two.
The thing is now Yamto is on one shot and Halu holds almost entire cap. But they cannot bounce shells forever. There we go.
Nice shot there from Cactus, picks up Yamto. Now Hallucinogen trying to take down Pure Skill, but takes a lot in return there. Oh, that 113 could be the next one falling here. He needs to get out of there. Rage Quit so far in control. Can Cactus pick it up? No, he doesn't penetrate the shell, but still, it's looking good for Rage Quit.
Pure Skill, the hero for his team. A little man winning above the big tanks, and he's still alive and kicking.
Urvis actually picks up Catch Me there as well, and it's all starting to fall apart here for Rusty Roster. 3 times standing against 6 from Rage Quit. Mojo. Not looking good.
No, Rusty Roster here kind of misplayed because when we said they will push, we expected they will actually push the heavy tanks and other in upper buildings and prevent Rage Quit from coming so close, and then they could keep a light tank in a cap, and once some time passes they can put Butchats or someone there. They didn't have to keep heavy tanks there, but they just sacrificed so much because of bad positioning.
Now, there's still a chance here for Rusty Roster. I mean, they have 3 tanks left alive. The issue is Pashka is kind of stuck where he is. And Rage Quit, they're still defending.
They have also a lot of guys on low HP, and the main HP is on Cactus, which is FE heavy, and Grille. Now, Grille is not really a tank that can survive any kind of engagement if it really comes. So daring action here for Prosto. I guess Rusty Roster is going for all or nothing here.
Prosto is now crossing over, but Halu is waiting there as well. Urvis in the back. Prosto already takes 1, takes 2. That bad shot. Can Halu pick it up? No, he misses the shell onto Prosto. Prosto is still a 1-shot though. It's not looking good here. Even more HP loss. Pashka actually picks up Pure Skill though in return. So at least something going in the way here.
But now they know that Prosto is here probably alone. And they should push him sooner or later.
There comes Urvis there, Gorilla. I think they're gonna go and try and take out Prosto here. Urvis is pushing forwards in his Gorilla. Can he pick up the kill? He actually bounced! He bounced off of Prosto. Now, #1 skills is there to save the day though. So there goes Prosto, but that was a very close call.
If Urvis fell there, that would be a problem, a big problem, because Figo and Pashka have a lot of HP to play around then. Cactus would be the only one guy in HP, but 4 heavies against 2 Butchats, that can be played with. But now, with Urvis still being alive, that was a throw.
Pashka here has to be careful that he doesn't flip his tank. But still, 2 tanks left here for Rusty Roster. Point stance, Mojo, it's not looking good for these boys at all. Pashka's trying to do what he can, but still, look at the defensive positions. They're really good for Rage Quit.
Interesting position now by Urvis. If Figo tries to go full speed on a spot where Prost already died, there is a high chance he will take that 1 shell. It doesn't even matter after that if Urvis dies, because he will just buy a lot of time for his heavies, especially for Cactus. If you notice on their play, Cactus is there right there in the center. They're like a big star around him, and he is able to shoot everywhere, wherever anyone is pushed. And even though he's in the middle, he has a fountain there covering him, so he can like wiggle a little left and right, buy a lot of time, and time is here a big issue.
Time is an issue. There's still 4 minutes left, but Rusty Roster needs to get so close to spot, and they will lose HP every time they do that.
Well, Rusty really needs sweet time to spot everything, and they're doing a decent choice with 2 teams going from 2 players going from 2 sides, slowly trying to make some crossfire, because they cannot really win this game by pushing one side.
They cannot win this game. Now Pashka is starting to push over here slowly but surely into that 0 line. Maybe he can land some shells onto Gramek.
Oh, Gramek is well angled. He didn't connect here, so no luck for him. But still, again, some more time is bought. 1 more minute is squeezed out in favor of Rage Quit, and Rusty Roster achieved nothing yet.
Well, Rusty Roster is playing for it all here. They really want those 3 points, Mojo. I mean, they have to try. They have to try and make the difference. But the issue is Cactus, he just has so much HP.
Rusty Roster is really trying to survive here and get to the tiebreaker. They know their track record in tiebreaker is rather well. So I don't believe, actually, that Rage Quit will throw this away. And Rusty Roster, are they actually going to try to trigger the cap? This is a weird play. I mean, Rage Quit has more than enough HP to deal with them if they do that.
Figo now joining Pashka in that eastern side village. You think they're going to push zero line as last possible play?
They took 2 minutes to do that, then that would be like the weirdest play of them all. And it would last a short time because these guys can deal with that. I mean, they have no means to deal with Cactus there.
From all the time that is left, they're now down to 2 minutes and 11 seconds. So they kind of have to do something.
Come on, boys. Cap or lose.
Still waiting here for what their final play is going to be. 1 minute, 54 seconds. Pashka is now repositioning all the way deeper to that red line, to the zero line. Do think he's going to go full speed now.
And there we go. The final moments of this battle deciding a tiebreaker or a victory for a Rage Quit.
There goes Pashka, his first opponent. It is going to be Gremek. They're going to be seeing each other in 1 or 2 seconds. Pashka now gets spotted. Gremek is spotted as well. Pashka knows he has to go for that. Takes 1 shell here from Gremek. Can he pick up Gremek though? Bounces the second. Needs to land the third before Gremek reloads. Pashka picks it up but takes some in return from Halu.
That's
Dead driver as
thing,
well.
and that driver is even less. 3 shells spent. Even if he reloads, he will barely have enough time to utilize that entire clip.
I mean, with 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, Halu could pretty much start running at this point.
Yeah, but he doesn't still know where Figo is, and it's better to just stick around together and try to play with the entire team. But Pashka picks up #1 skills.
Pashka picks up #1 skills here. It's still a potential. Halu, he's starting to run. So is Urvis. They want to get out of there. They're going to leave Cactus behind with a lot of HP, but the repositioning, securing probably the round from Rage Quit Cap is not an option anymore. Figo is going to have to deal with both of them. He does have enough shells, but does he know that they're in the city now?
There is a chance here because Pashka does have enough damage to take out Cactus. But Figo, will he catch these guys? 25 seconds.
Figo,
so little
Urvis,
time.
1v1 here. Urvis only tracks Figo. Now Figo needs to land every single shell here, needs to pretty much track Urvis. He doesn't manage to track. Pashka just goes down against Cactus though, so not much Figo can do. 1 shell left, 10 seconds. It is going to be Rage Quit that will pick up the 3 points here. Rusty Roster, they fought, they tried, but in the end, it didn't even matter. With 2 seconds left, 1 second left, it's going to be Rage Quit now picking up the match. 5-3, congratulations, that is an important 3 points.
This is leaving them in a game because Rage Quit will now effectively have 11 points and 2 more games to play against Knekkebrud and
Direct
Kazna.
contender.
Direct contenders. So Knekkebrud and Rage Quit decide each other's fate in that match, more or less, because I really don't think Kazna will give any more points to anyone.
I mean, Kazna already gave enough freebies this season, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't think they're in mood for that anymore. Last game they played, they were really kind of merciless.
Yeah, that is very true. But congratulations to Rage Quit picking up 3 very important points. That was another long round, Mojo.
Yes, Rusty Roster will have some backup chances, but they need a clear win over, again, Knekkebrud or Kazna. So clear 3-point win.
Not looking good there. Let's take a look at the stats from that last round. It is going to be Pashka here and Figo.
Pashka actually really played it out well to the end, but it's just not enough. And their rotations were so slow all over the match. It is really a big problem for a team, especially a team in this league, to have such slow reactions because time is always an issue. There was so much they could have done.
I mean, they didn't really utilize the time they had left, I would say. They had a lot of time, spent a lot of time trying to rotate for a simple zero-line play.
Dear God, look at Yamto on cap. 0 damage. Total victim. Basista also. Like, if they actually fought in those buildings, they had much higher chance to deal with this.
Yeah, that cap, I don't know. didn't seem like the greatest of plans here.
No, they really didn't cover their positions, and the simplest position where pure skill was, who was with the light tank shooting them from those buildings, it's to be expected. That's why you even need to keep guys more up in those buildings to deal with anyone coming proxy them and deny that position. If you want to do a fast cap, you need guys forward, not back.
Well, Mojo, before we go into the stats from the entire match, who do you think is going to be top?
Damage dealer?
Mm-hmm.
Might even be Pashka.
Let's take a look, Mojo,
Or
and
Gremek.
find out. It is not Pasha, but it is Gremek. So
I guess both.
I mean,
I guess both.
Well, you didn't get the right places, so that doesn't count. Okay. The judges just told me that you needed to get the correct places, or you don't get the prize of 5 marshmallows. So I'm very sorry there, Mojo. I will be claiming your prize for myself.
You want more marshmallows for yourself again. Share some, come on.
I don't work that way. Sharing is not caring.
So food is all for you. Okay. So Pashka and Gremek did a match of their lives here because we haven't seen them in those top spots in a while. But on the other hand, look at this. Prosto, Yamto and Basista not doing that well for their team in these matches. Unfortunate for them, but this is how it goes.
It is how it goes. Now, Rusty Roster, they said coming into this that they needed to pick up points here. They haven't.
Well, it's going to be 11 for Rage Quit at the moment and 9 for Rusty Roster.
It's so close.
They still have chance and they can still both fall out. That's the weird part because even with this win, Rage Quit did not do the job till the end. They still have to take some points from the next matches.
Even we talked about it. Even 12 points might not be safe.
Yes, we still are not sure because all the tiebreaker wins and losses. In theory, 12 points equalizes 4 victories.
But if you win,
It should be enough. But if there are
A team
tiebreaker
can
losses,
win
wins,
3
that
times
can
and
be
then
1
three-
or 2
yep.
points up, down, something.
Well, Mojo, that is this one done and dusted.
I've heard that one before.
Makes the league closer here. That's a catchphrase, like. Mojo, I think it's time to give everybody some time to relax. It was a very long match for all of us. So grab a drink, grab something to eat, which is what I will do. When we come back, it's going to be Ding taking on the Wild Bunch, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you enjoyed that break as much as we did, Mojo. In case you missed it, Rage Quit just made a very important victory, picking up 3 points.
So that makes Rage Quit still in the game, but our next contenders here, the Wild Bunch and Ding.
Well, we're finally going to see, I'm finally going to do another match of Ding, currently sitting number 1. They are great.
They're really dominant, but the guys in Wild Bunch really had a rough luck in last couple of matches. 4 defeats in a row of those 2 tiebreakers. Like really unexpected, they dragged Utopia to tiebreaker, but it was just not a Cinderella story. It didn't end well.
It didn't end well for them, but let's take a look at the roster from the Wild Bunch, Mojo. We talk about it every single time. Phenomenal is my standout player.
But we also have there Agorni, who's been doing a hard carry in last several matches.
Legendary 1v1 last week.
If he won last week, I think that would be highlight number 1. And also, as always, there is Mr. Kella doing his really standard damage. So those guys are performing really well. When Valdir and Eltrain kick in, they are a force to be reckoned with, but it doesn't happen always in the same time. That's kind of an issue for a team.
It has been an issue for that team that it has been a lot of solo performances, but it's been spread over the matches.
Yeah.
So not all together, really. And if they want to beat Ding, they're going to have to be there.
And
all
they're
of them.
going to have to be on a top notch now. They already managed to surprise a couple of good teams like Kazna. I mean, it's not even a surprise. They won it 5-2.
The question is Ding going to underestimate him, like, for example, Utopia did? Because I don't see it in Ding's style.
I've seen Ding play really standard against most of the guys. They don't really give a damn about what other people want or think. They just play their own game, and that's about that. It sometimes doesn't work that well when they meet a hardcore opponent. Like Gohard proved to be a toughest opponent for them so far, because that's the only tiebreaker game that Ding had, and they've won it.
Yeah.
So they've won it. But everything else was more or less like a landslide. They're the only team that has all those victories next to the Utopia. Utopia has, though, 2 tiebreakers.
Mojo, you talked about Mr. Kella before. I love talking to him. It was another great interview. Let's hear what he had to say. So, Mr. Kella, you're not quite yet there, but you're at number 6 at the moment, 11 points, same as Kazna, but that 1 or 2 points missing, to be sure. Does that put a lot of stress on your team?
Yes, that is very stressful for us, but we won't let that affect much to our team. There is still 2 more matches for our team, and we are going for all points there.
Mr. Kella, it's fair to say you had a very hard week last week with 3 matches being played. Bringing Utopia to tiebreaker, though, was impressive.
Actually, that was a really, really nice match, but I'm thinking that we should won that match, because we had 3 matches and we have to choose for which one to prepare best. We really want to fight versus Sharks, versus big names, you know, versus good positions. So actually, I think that we should won it.
Mr. Kella, how was the morale after losing 2 tiebreakers against Rusty Roster? Unexpectedly, you lost. I mean, not sure who was favored in that one. Still, unexpected you lost, and then Utopia. We didn't even think that you were going to go to tiebreakers, so that was impressive. Like, you got there already. But how's the morale after those 2 tiebreaker losses?
Yes, I said before, we won that tiebreakers, but my plan was
Point by point.
point by point, yeah, but it's a little bit bad feeling, you know, when you're that close to get more points and that a little missing a little just to win it, you know. And I hope so. If we get the next time breaker, that have to be much better, you know.
I love tiebreakers, Kella.
Huh?
I love tiebreakers.
I love them also, but if you're losing them so much, you will stop to love them.
Mr. Kella, we noticed some key players like Agorni started to kick in. We were kind of missing performance. We've seen him perform very high and then a little bit lower again, but last week he really kicked in. Was there anything specific you guys did for that, or it just happened?
So we this season Agorni is in-game color. He calling tactics and everything. So that is affect a little bit on his performance. Before that I was doing that, but you know I'm not that much good in field commanding, so my playing really get so bad. But I think he will get better and better because he have that potential to be really good.
Well, L-Train told me Dudo just leads himself, so that's okay. Now,
Yeah, Duda is also, he was field commander in our team long time ago, and he really want to do it again, but yeah, there is more time for him also.
so Mr. Kella, you only play one match this week. You think you can take points here, can bring them to another tiebreaker?
No, this week we don't want tiebreaker, we want all points from Ding.
All points from
We-
Ding. Oh, that's a bold
Yes.
statement.
No, we can do it. We play versus them a lot of time. Also, last Major League, we got them. We got them in wargaming
I was
tournaments. We
there.
got them. Yeah, of course. You was one more point to got them. One more reason to beat them.
I see, Mr. Kella. Thanks, Mr. Kella. Best of luck with your match.
Thank you, mate. See ya.
I cried a little after that. Mr. Kella there. That hurt, like
We know one guy who lost against the Wild Bunch in majors.
I don't
I'm
remember.
not gonna watch him at all.
I don't remember this at all. Like I wasn't. I might have been physically present, but mentally, I totally wasn't there. Now your comeback to this is, yeah, we know you're never there mentally. So let's just skip that part.
Let's go to the more convenient subjects.
Mr. Kala, always great to talk to you. He did say that they're gonna take all points from Ding. They have a good
they're
record against
abandoning
them.
one by one now, so no tiebreakers losses anymore for them.
No more tiebreakers, just clean points here. Mojo, Ding, they need no introduction. Let's look at these players. So far, they've all been performing, but who stands out at just a little bit more?
Out of these guys, you have a standard breakneck, positive, Mary, even Mrakar now on tier 8, like really good team. I think like only thing they're missing now is Diplomat in Arti. That would be a beast of a team.
Yeah,
I think they're doing pretty well even like this. Even more than that.
I mean, yeah, they wouldn't be first otherwise, I guess.
There's been a while since we've had an unbeaten team in the league. Maybe
I think the last time we had an unbeaten team, it was Supreme.
Yeah, and they got wrecked in offlines immediately.
And before that, it was, I think, Wombat's former Virtus did it twice in a row.
No, when they were Virtus, yeah, but there's one but
No. When they were Virtus, they had 2 seasons where they just won everything.
Yeah. So, pretty decent lineup here by Ding. Pretty impressive score and everything.
That is through Mojo. And just like with the Wild Buns, I had the chance to talk to Ding. Let's see what Marakar had to say. So Marakar, last week you guys took down Kazna crew in quite a spectacular fashion, one could say. How does it feel beating your probably biggest opponent from the start of the season?
It feels quite nice. I expected much tougher match with them. As always, we started bad, we lose first round in every match, don't know why, but it's happening. And after that we started playing much better and took the match quite easily with 3 last rounds in a row. I don't know what's going on with Kazna. Maybe they're saving themselves for the second part of the season.
Perhaps they are saving themselves for the second part of the season. Now, against out of range, again, you guys, business as usual. Anything you take away from that? Any mistakes that were made, except for losing the first round?
No, as always, we lose first round and then it was okay. I don't know, out of range is not performing very well this season. Looking at their roster, they should be top 6, but I don't know what's going on with them.
Now, Marakar, are you guys worried that, being so easy so far this season, beating everybody very, very relaxed, that you're going to get, be towards the later stages of the season when you start dropping rounds, there might be, you don't expect it anymore?
No, I don't think that will change anything. We have pressure on us from the start of the season to be like top 2 at least and probably the first. And I don't think this will put additional pressure to us. It will be very well if we stay undefeated till the end of the season, regular season.
Murakar, positive now made the boost, so I guess he paid attention to the climb videos, yet he managed to block Shockish. Now, should I send him the links or should I not send him the links? Because I'm doubting with myself.
I just hope that till the end of the season we will make at least one perfect boost with all 3 tanks. We still didn't manage to do it this season. I think we need to start doing it with 5 tanks, so at least 3 climb up to the hill.
Murakar, just make sure that positive and breaker at the end of the line. Now, Murakar, who would you say so far, in your opinion, is the best player in the league? Not just your team, but just in general.
I think Diplomat is like performing the best this season out of all players from all teams. He's like, you can see it in fantasy, he's top with points, and also go hard after like first 2 rounds that they didn't play very well, they started climbing up and they're now performing very well.
I think a lot of people would agree with your pick, Murakar. Now let's get into your match. You play against the Wild Bunch. They are a team that pushed a lot of top teams to the edge. They went to tiebreaker with Ethiopia. They beat Kazna. They beat Out of Range now. Do you do anything special to prepare for them, or you're not afraid?
No, not really. Like we have very like friendly relationship with them. We made some giveaways together, and we know a lot of guys from that team. I sometimes feel quite sad when I watch them. They beat Kazna Crew, they took Utopia to tiebreaker, and then they lose against Rage Quit, Rusty Roster. I don't know why is that happening. We are, like, as I said, friendly with them, but they are not getting any points in this match.
They're not getting any points for free. Thank you, Murakar, and best of luck.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Well, that's another angry Skype message I'm going to get from Break and Positive.
No, definitely there are some guys that need to take some lessons from you, I guess.
Everybody could take a lesson, Mojo.
In everything? Or just climbing?
I mean, you said
are you
everything.
a life guru?
I can be if you want to.
What is the secret of life?
No, let's not go there, Mojo. Let's get into our matchup here. So, let's take a look at the first lineups. You almost caught me off guard there completely. God damn it, Mojo.
But there we go. We are on Ghost Town now, so we can regain our posture. Ding is in defensive role with that Grille, and as they favor that T54 E1 Tier 9 American medium, he's paired up together with
Conqueror.
a Conqueror.
I'm guessing Chris
we've
going to be
seen
playing
blown
the
up
T54
more than once.
in the hands of Dudo, yeah.
In hands of Dudo, yes. In hands of Haiba also. So it's kind of prone for that, we've noticed. But in attack, the Wild Bunch taking on 416 and I7, 2 tanks they can use in a cap, and we've seen them use it before more than once. So let's see how will that go for them. 57
Do you think
also.
the Grill's going to boost?
I think for sure Grill will boost, because there is no other reason to take him in the start of the game. Otherwise it will be some quirky play by Ding, but they're usually just playing their standards against everyone and then just react.
Well, Mojo, we'll see what happens in this round. The teams are ready to go. Let's find out how this first round is going to go. It's going to be on Ghost Town.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
Here we have it. The Wild Bunch. They're going to be attacking Mojo, and Ding on the defensive side here. What do you expect from Star? You already said the Grill is going to boost.
Well, the interesting thing for both of these teams is that this map is usually a good decider for them. Actually, Wild Bunch is performing decent on this map, but Ding even better. Even the game that Mrakar was talking about against Kazna was 2-0 on Ghost Town for them, and that's how they broke and won the match. Now the Wild Bunch is already working their way toward the 1 cap. We can see the progress of that budget here, going for a defilade. That's the usual approach by the Agorni. The rest of the team will check out the rest of the match, but since he's there, there is a high chance they will actually go for it.
Well, Mojo, you're a wizard, mate. As positive here, he is going for the boost.
Oh, that's so hard to guess on this map. There is only one place to boost, and he did it from the first. So you can give him a cookie, Ducky, after.
I can give him... I didn't even include that one in the videos. Congratulations, positive. Not bad, at least. Now they have knives cover on the cap, but Duro here in the 416, he's already going for this base, but Koritz is also relocating. I don't think that's going to be the ultimate plan here for the Wild Bunch.
No,
As soon
they're
as
just
Hulk and
using
Koritz
Dudo
speaks,
as a bait, and they're not playing the usual one cap. So let's see how will they actually make a defensive crossfire, because there are angles to DK416. It's only a problem because it's really a low tank, so you have to kind of come a bit closer to shoot him.
Break now trading. Does one shot, but he knows he needs to get out of there. He goes back around the corner. But so far, I mean, they were able to hold here pretty well. They do some damage to Ding. The Wild Bunch is leading. Duro has to retract from the cap, but look at the flank already coming around. Agorni, Mr. Kella, they're pushing onto Shokish here as well.
Good plays here by the Wild Bunch here, and Shokish in a problem.
Shokish took a lot of damage there. Great play so far from Agorni. Now drops his clip. Has to be careful. Positive there in the Gorilla. Can he land the shell?
This is
Positive,
really good.
big shell from Positive.
This is really good because we can see constant rotations here by the Wild Bunch and constant pressure from the cap. They come in and come out, and they're always picking out a little damage from Ding, not looking for a big score.
Same time, the Positive is now relocating to the rest of his heavies. Perhaps they want to take the overmatch there against the entirety of the Wild Bunch, and it looks like that. Marakar is going to be the first one pushing forwards, but the shell actually connects onto Hulknik. Now Positive, he's leading the charge with the Gorilla. Big shell onto L-Train here. They want to take this overmatch, but so far so good for the Wild Bunch. They're still leading in HP. Dudolino is now coming from behind as well. Valdi's repositioning. Mr. Kella is almost in the fight. Shokish has to get out of there as well at the same time. Hulknik is taking a lot. Marakar drops low. These two teams trading very even at this point.
This is so close, but look at Ding. Ding has actually still 7 guns in a play. This is the decisive moment for them, because now they can do some control with those amount of guns. Oh, Mr. Kella disappeared from the map.
Mr. Kella was the one tank of the Wild Bunch that had a lot of HP here. L-Train does pick up Marakar, but Hulk should be able to take up L-Train in return. He doesn't go for it though. Can Hulk still do it? Still 3 tanks here alive only for the Wild Bunch, and Ding ever so slowly edging forward here. Phenomenal trades, Positive, but they lose Phenomenal in return. L-Train now picks up Hulknik. Shokish goes down to Valde, but look at Mary. Mary still has all of his HP available.
Mary is the winner here for Ding, more or less. Breakneck and Koritz just need to support him, because once he manages to take out L-Train, the game will be effectively over, because that slow D57 is not a tank you want to chase around people with. Now, what went so well here for Ding? In the one moment, it looked like the Wild Bunch is doing so perfect, but Ding, with their experience, managed to preserve HP of their low HP tanks to hide them from the fire of the enemy, while still applying pressure and damage to the Wild Bunch. And then that difference in experience just cracked, because the Wild Bunch could not withhold all that pressure all that time and fight them on equal scale.
Mary staying full HP was very vital so far. And then Mr. Kella as well, he was the one tank with HP, just kind of disappeared at one point.
He disappeared. I'm not even sure was he blown up or he was
he just took a lot of damage.
Like, I saw 1 or 2 shots in a sequence, and then he just disappeared, like gone from the map. I wonder, did he play Conqueror? I need to check that. No, that was the Ding.
That was Ding, and it was Marakar. Now L-Train and Valdir here. Valdir will be playing in the Defilade behind as L-Train now pushes up towards the cap. I think this is the correct option here for the Wild Bunch.
We've already seen it work, because they already almost won a match like this before. But we also know the good answer for that. Ding will probably push a guy up to decap from A1, and someone else will spot like Mary. So let's see. The climber is usually Breaknet. I never seen Koritz climb anywhere, and with that tank especially, he will not be able to do it.
Break. He's going to go for the climb, or just going to reposition. He looks like he's going to be going for the climb. See if he can succeed. Break. Nope, that was
no
not even close.
For Break. Not even close. Most definitely here. No cookie for you, Break.
Nice shot from Mary, though. Picks up L-Train there. That pretty much closes this round, Mojo.
And now Valdir has to dig himself out from that hole and go in a crossfire of three clippers from Ding with that tank. Well, good luck with that HD model bouncing that amount of shells.
The issue is, like, even with this, connects all 4 shells onto Mary, then what does he do after? Run away?
He can do nothing. Honestly, I even don't like the position he took, because that back position is okay if you want to deal with some medium pushing you, but he left more or less L-Chain there on his own. Mary just had a good luck in timing, because L-Chain's gun was aimed different directions, so he got a shot in the side of his turret. But even without that, there was a high chance that Mary can actually pen him from there.
Yeah, and if Mary doesn't pen him, Break would get boost himself, and at one point he would do it.
Sooner or later, one second or third try, he would do it.
Now Valdir, I think he'll meet the one-on-one here with Mary. I think Mary wants to take this fight. Mary getting very lucky with the timing here. Gets spotted out, doesn't know really from where. Valdir now turns around. Mary repositions. That was unlucky.
Well, Valdir has low enough HP that Mary can actually take him out in 4 shells, but Mary cannot be taken out in 4 shells. So I don't know why he's even hesitating. He just needs to stand there and just trade 1-for-1, and he will still win.
Mary is winning the trade here. He shall be the one to pick it up, closing the deal there for Ding. That was the first round. It looked good for the Wild Bunch at one point, but that is a typical thing we know, just repositioning and pushing.
It looked really strong for them, and it was a good play by them, honestly. So I liked what they did, but at the end they just cracked under the pressure.
What Ding did so well, Mojo, I guess, was that counter push. When they realized the Gorny was on reload and Mr. Kella was out of the fight, they just kind of pushed on the rest of the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, Mr. Kella and Kiki, it was a kind of a tricky game, because Break at one moment trying to flank them, and he did some damage, but he limped away with barely 100 HP. Kind of lucky to even survive that. That could have been a game breaker if he died there. But eventually, it's just the positioning of those tanks in the center. Wild Bunch had a good crossfire there. They did a really lot of pressure. They just didn't know how to protect their tanks well enough that were on low HP. Like, once they would start dropping too low, usually Ding would find a way to finish them off immediately. They wouldn't prolong it.
Yeah, that was the great thing you talked about Ding. Tank preservation, gun in the game.
It matters the most, always, at the end of the day, because you can always pull away a low HP tank and
he can do
make a cover fire for everyone else.
Extra, yep.
Yes. So he can decide the game like that, instead of being just a dead rubble.
Before we look, Mojo, I'm going to make you guess now every time. Top damage.
In this game?
Mary?
No, I actually think maybe even one of the single shooters.
One of the single shooters?
Yeah.
Let's take a look, Mojo, and see if you are right. Okay. Well, I mean, single shooters is a very broad term, to be fair. I mean, that's pretty much half of the team here. You didn't even say which team, you just said single shooter.
Well, you fell for the trap, bro.
That was...
What can you do? What can you do?
Well, at least in fantasy, half your team went on vacation in return.
And they're still not back, I know that.
So positive, they're doing really well in that grill, I mean.
It's pretty even unexpected. I didn't expect him to do all 4K. I was thinking between 2.5, 3 max, but a couple of more shots we didn't notice. Korit, surprisingly, and Kella from the other side, not doing that well. Kella really disappeared in that one moment. I guess he got tracked in a bad position and just got annihilated by a couple of clippers.
Well, Korit, I mean, we talk about it. He's not supposed to do any damage.
But it's really often a moment that we've seen him do, and we've
like
seen
if
him do
is doing damage, there's something wrong with the rest of the team.
But they're winning anyways.
That is true so far.
So there is no rule about that. He can or doesn't have to do it.
The highlights here from that last round, Mr. Kella. He was full HP at that point. He kind of just disappeared. I guess they just tracked and held him, to be honest, with those Conqueror FE.
L-Chain really played well this corner here. I can say it did marvels for them.
That was great by Break. Great performance, Break. Well done. I hope you can send me the replay from that so I can learn how to boost over there.
Maybe you will learn something more from him, I guess, in your next Skype conversation.
And this was the dying moment of the round, like we said. At this point, it was already over. It was just a nice, well, one-on-one. Mary kind of got help, but it wouldn't matter.
I mean, Mary there, he didn't have to bother. Like, he had full HP, and 57 simply does not have a burst to deal with him.
Nope. So, Mojo, let's take a look at the next round. Look what we got for our tanks. Can see Ding here deciding to go with the double tier 9 heavy and then the Wild Bunch with the double tier 9 bad shot.
Well, pretty aggressive lineup here by the Wild Bunch for a defensive round. Even an E5. Oh, that's an interesting way to play it. I would expect at least one more 57 with current meta there. But on the other hand, Ding with this lineup, I think they should actually go for the open cap. Maybe Wild Bunch is actually hoping for that, and that's why exactly they took E5. So when they start a fight on the top lane, E5 would be the cooldown tank for them.
Perhaps, Mojo. Gonna have to see what Ding does decide to go for. I mean, they could really do anything with their lineup.
Yeah, Ding can play all around on here. They can play a slow game. They can pick around left and right. It's most of their lineups are there. They're just balanced. They're not one-way lineups. They can go and choose what kind of game to impose.
Well, Ding is very rarely going for a one-plan strategy, but they are ready. So let's get it underway. The second round between these two. We're still on Ghost Town. Ding is going to be attacking. It's going to be the Wild Bunch on the defensive side. No rates. I'm a big fan, and they're biasing themselves towards that one cap, Mojo.
We've been talking more than once. The tier 8 on this map is simply obsolete now because it cannot burst out any damage that can suffice for any tier 9 that you can bring in-game now. Also, no armor. Spotting bites is not really needed, and decapping from that top position can be done much better with any tier 10 tank, so why bother? Mr. Kella already anticipating that. It's a pretty standard play by Wild Bunch. Positioned all over the map to make a crossfire with the center tank here to anchor it all.
Right, so cap is on. Marakar, Kuriz are starting this one off down to 56 seconds already. Elchin, Mr. Kella is going to be the first line of defense here to reset, but a lot of Ding tanks here grouped up, standard position with their Batchat in the zero line.
Kiki Mercat and Dudolinho are rotating, but they're kind of taking their sweet time. I don't think this is the best play they could do because they should have been already 2 or 3 squares up.
Nice reset there from Eltrain onto Kuriz. They need more than this though. Kiki gets spotted out, so the Ding kind of knows there is something up, but the fight is going to be where Agorni is right now. Agorni already takes a lot as well. Has to be careful there still. 29 seconds on the clock now.
It's a street of death there. In that cooldown left of Kuriz, where Agorni and the guys are. This is the moment where the Light Watch actually lost last game when they pushed there, but they're doing a different kind of rotation.
Kiki gets wrecked in his tier 9 batch, and at the same time that counter push comes out from Ding onto Valdir in that E5. Break is going to go down here against Dudolinho. Well, he should. Can Break perhaps pick it up? Break has one more shell.
He's completely outplaying him.
3 seconds left on the cap though, but nice reset there coming out. They have lost positive in the meantime. Now Eltrain is pushing in as well. Breakneck goes down, and they're still trying to deal with Valdir over there. All of the Ding tanks.
But Eltrain here had to sacrifice a lot of HP to do this, and there is a lot of going on in the same time. Dudolinho will actually manage to do a 4 clip from the back. The cap is not an issue anymore because Kuriz will die any second when Kella pens him.
All this time, Mojo, they still didn't kill Valdir. Now finally they picked up Valdir. That took way too long for Ding to manage to do that. Now Hulknik, he gets caught out. Mr. Kella picks up Meritorious. Hulk goes down to a one-shot. Shokish the last one standing here, and it looks like the Wild Bunch, they stabilized in this round. They're coming back into it. They will try to make things all even.
The Wild Bunch finally picked up some lessons that it's a dash trap when you push from the top side on the enemy. So they did another kind of rotation, and even that sacrifice of Batchat that was much worse than it should have been. Like their approach was kind of separate, and Kiki died for nothing more or less. And Breakneck almost single-handedly managed to kill them both.
Had a high roll, if he got a high roll there and killed Dudolinho.
If he survived there, it would be still a game here.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know how 3 Ding tanks take a minute to deal with 1 E5.
I don't know. That was a big problem, but obviously the Wild Bunch guessed correct with that E5. We were wondering how will they utilize that tank, and we finally found out. So it was good by them, and they are back in the game with WAD 1 here.
Well, it's even Stevens between these two. The Wild Bunch, Mojo, they said they're going to take 3 points here.
That's so dead zone out of them.
Ooh, BM.
Big words. Big words.
Big words.
Yeah, we're going to see.
All right, Mojo, before we go into stats, Who? Who was it? Who did the most damage?
In this game, Agorni.
Wow, let's go to stats. Wow, that was cheating. That was cheating. No, this does not count. That was, oh, I just heard somebody whispered it into his ear, like, come on.
I don't hear voices, mate. I don't know what you're talking
At
about.
your age, you sure? You got that checked out already?
You don't have an insight on that. Privileged information only.
It's 4 of the Wild Bunch players here on top.
Oh, wow. A lot of damage done actually by Agorni. That was a really good push around the corner together with Phenomenal. So I kind of like it. But look at Valdir, mate. 2.5k damage almost. And surviving like a champion.
Yep, pretty much. You guessed it right. You guessed it right correctly, Mojo. But there's an issue. I mean, Shokish, well, he got 4 shells off. Pretty much, because he got 1 kill, but then positive. Just a better spread from the Wild Bunch, to be honest, because they have the top 4 spots, you know?
Yeah, but they did, on those top 4 spots, they did quite a lot of damage compared to anyone
Exactly.
else.
So even though it seems close in the bottom, the top 4 just makes the complete difference.
Yes, so really good play by Wild Bunch on Ghost Town, but that's kind of expected. We already said it. This is the map where they were breaking a lot of their matches. We can see the moment when these tanks were completely annihilated on the cap once they managed to get a complete crossfire by Dudolinho and the guys. That E5 though bought them a lot of time. A lot of time.
He bought them a century, it felt like. Just took Ding so long.
Maybe Ding
to
should take
close them
lessons
out.
how to pen an E5.
I don't have videos for that just yet, but I can do that
You
as
can
well.
do it. Just for them.
Well, Mojo, that was Ghost Town. Now, moving into my next favorite map, Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, a really good map for Ding, but for the Wild Bunch, we've seen them struggle more than once. We've seen good plays by them with Arti, but
And not so good plays with Arti.
plays with Arti when they allow themselves to get pushed and whatnot.
Arti or no?
In this game against Ding, I would not play with Arti.
Let's
Ding knows how to bite an enemy who has an Arti. We've seen
That's
it.
true. Let's take a look, Mojo, and see if there are Artis available. And nope, you are right. What a surprise that you are right. But
Things happen, mate. Things
3
happen.
IS7s.
Well, that's kind of an unexpected, or it would be if we didn't know the lineups up front. But this is a good game that can go on. This is kind of tactic we've seen being used by Oops before. So there is multiple reasons for I7s. They're the best cooldown tanks in a game. I mean, they don't have a gun deprivation, but it's really hard to pen their turret once they're positioned properly. On the other hand, if they get caught from the side, it's gonna be hasta luego and see ya the Wild Bunch. So how will they manage this? We don't know yet, because they more or less are counting on Ding doing the standard defense all the time.
Yeah, Ding, we can pretty much time their defense on a clock, Mojo, as you would like to say. They have the standard rotations.
Yeah, they don't really care much what will teams play. They have their play and they stick to it. And so far it's working more or less all the time.
Well, Mojo, let's see if Ding does decide to go for their standard, as these teams are ready to fight it out on Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
So it's going to be the Wild Bunch on the offense here with 3 IS7s and Ding on the defense. Mojo, what do you think is the plan for those?
Well, Wild Bunch obviously is choosing to push the wood side from here. It's not like they can really rotate with this amount of I7s. While Ding is using their more or less their standard defense, leaving Mrakar in his IS7 here. Now, different here is because Ding knows they have so many slow tanks, they're actually taking up on woods and hoping to do some initial damage and then rotate back and run away while they're controlling the map. Their guess so far was pretty good, because Shokish was alone on the other side, just trying to see is anyone approaching the 2-cap.
Kuri's here in the RU. He's making some spotting runs. There's 3 IS7s, Mojo. They're staying together as a unit.
Hey, it's also a problem if Ding doesn't penetrate all the shells the best. They can be in a deep problem because while they're in reload, those i7 can just keep pedaling. Breakneck took a big shot and it must be actually an i7 who connected him.
Slowly but surely here, though. Ding has a fair amount of map control, you could say. And Mr. Kella still in that 1-2 line. He is great to push that line against Positive and Hulk there.
We have two i7s there on the middle who are really hard cooldown, but Valdir is taking cheeky peeks. But look at this.
Nice spend so far from Ding onto this i7. Mr. Kella already dropping 1.2k HP. I don't think he is expected to drop that much now. But the Wild Bunch really has to make a play out of this as Mr. Kella takes some more great crossfire coming out from Ding.
But these mediums now, they really must come in play right now. Because if they don't push, the game is already lost.
If they don't push, yes, Phenomenal takes some more damage here. They are going for that 1-2 line push, while Positive and Hulk are on reload. Koreets takes a lot of damage, but Phenomenal takes even more in that bad shot, now down to 500 HP, a 2-shot for anybody. And they're coming back. Ding is coming back to fight. Positive, Hulk, they're pushing back up. They're going to have reload soon available. Mr. Kella now pushing forwards as well. Going low. It's not looking good so far for the Wild Bunch as Dudo gets wrecked as well.
I mean, if they really wanted to do this kind of push, I don't understand. Like, while those i7s were occupying attention on the middle, which they could have done with one, not two, they could have pushed with those i7s, and right when they start taking damage, you just push Ru to full speed, bypass them, and spot the enemy that is shooting, and then you push with all mediums. So it's kind of coordinating reaction that can work. But this was, again, something we've seen Rage Quit and Rusty Roster do. One-by-one action that is not really cohesive and connected. It's not fluid and it cannot work, and that's why Wild Bunch is getting wrecked at the moment.
Great crossfire so far from Ding onto the Wild Bunch. Now L-Train, he should be going down any second here. Koreets will be the one to wipe him off the face of this map. Now Kiki, Valdir, yeah, they can do a lot in these IS-7s, but not against 7 tanks still standing from Ding at this point. Very dominant performance here from our #1 currently in the league, as we expected. As now Kiki, Valdir, they're starting to take more and more damage as the peaks start coming out from Ding, and it's only a matter of time before the Wild Bunch is going to drop this round.
We already mentioned that Ding is usually taking similar or same setup on all maps. The only difference is how they read out the enemy movements in advance. When they see the setup while the game is loading, they just make a decision where to go, how to distribute tanks, and how to set up those crossfires. And usually it's a really good guess.
By the way, I just realized something.
What
Ding
would that
didn't
be?
lose the first round.
No?
No, but they usually do.
True, actually.
Just jotted to my mind, but now Ding putting themselves 2-1 up over the
Are
Wild
you
Bunch.
saying that there maybe Wild Bunch will win them because of that? Because of breaking the tradition?
Breaking the jinx. Breaking the jinx, now in cinemas.
No. Anyways,
But that was very dominant from Ding. That was like super dominant. The Wild Bunch, they didn't look cohesive at all. That push they made, Mr. Kella took a lot of damage. Then Phenomenal and Co were
yeah, it
very
was like,
slow to push.
they peeked out with those i7s on the middle. Okay. They realized the positions of Ding. Okay. Mr. Kella is talking up shells. Where is the follow-up? Where is the
There was
follow-up on
none.
that?
They
You
were
already
very slow on it.
Like, if you want to do that, you need to even maybe sacrifice that through in that moment and just push him ahead to distract the enemy, to spot who is there, and then your mediums coming, bursting in, charging, taking some heads, and then all that sacrifice in HP is worth a while. And like this, it was just a nonsense.
Alright, Mojo, this time without cheating, who's the #1?
In this game, it must be one of the Clippers that were sitting in the woods.
I'm saying
Mary.
Break.
Let's see.
Let's see. Is it? Is it going to be Break? Nah! Oh, close enough,
Mary
though.
played E5. Oh my god, I'm blind. But
Close
Break
enough,
is a
though.
single shooter there.
Yeah, 2.7k damage in the STB. He landed a lot of cross shots into the 1-2 line.
Yeah, but I was guessing one of the budgets forward because they had really easy shots on i7s plus on mediums. So
It's
it
never
was
an easy shot on IS-7. It's just like a T-34. It has great
Okay.
armor.
a skillful shot, but well positioned.
Yeah, I mean,
It's so long to say it, so it's gonna be an easy shot. But overall, better positioning and overall better read of the game of the Ding here.
Kella, Phenomenal, Kella, Valdir, Dudo.
They're not even in position to do anything. So tough luck, but better planning. is needed for a game like this.
Now, Ding, I like to think they are a very strong defensive team. I don't know always about their offense, but we look at the highlights here from that last round. This was the very uncoordinated push. Dudo got wrecked here by Dudo.
He should have done it much earlier and with much better support by those mediums, because here we see complete domination already by the Ding. I mean, the game is far, far already over by this moment. About that, Ding is the most defensive team in the league, so they have the best track record for any kind of defenses, like 74%, but they're third team in offense. Ahead of them is now Gohard.
That's the only issue I see with them so far.
Yes. The first is Utopia with 80%. The second is Gohard with like 66, 67, and Ding is just for 1% less. But Gohard is second in both attack and defense. So those three teams are actually quite close.
Now, Mojo, let's take a look what we got for our tanks moving into our next round. Still on Prokhorovka, Ding, Gorilla.
Oh, Ding in offense. Not a surprise again there. I7, they want to put in that cap. Gorilla covering. And they use this Object 140 also as an exchange. Now, we've seen them rotate a couple of games with several Object 140s. So they were playing usually that in offense. So this is a change, actually. This is a change for them. The Wild Bunch, on the other hand, playing with two I7s. I mean, you can use both I7s instead of one E5. That's easily doable. So we will see. Not a big fan of that TVP, but we've sent it like too many times already to repeat it again.
I'm not a fan of the TVP.
There you go. One more time doesn't hurt.
One last final time. I'm still wondering, can the Wild Bunch, can they pick up the defense?
Can they? Of course they can. We've seen it happen in Ghost Town now, but will they do it on Prokhorovka? I don't think Prokhorovka is the best map for them because it relies on a lot of spotting and rotation, and that's kind of Ding.
That is kind of Ding. Now, Ding, can they win the offense here? Let's find out moving into the fourth round between these two. Ding is going to be on the offense, like we said. The Wild Bunch defending, and it's a fairly normal start, Mojo.
Yeah, they can easily exploit the middle with this lineup. They have nothing to fear from the Wild Bunch especially. So Koritz will give a initial spot for his team, and STB will come for a hold down together with I7 immediately. If they're even pressed, there is always Halknik in Grille supporting them. And they are already making a really, really big spread on the map. So their rotation will be imminent if they realize where the Wild Bunch is. Shokish and Mary here, well, they can be in a world of pain if Wild Bunch had any kind of fast setup that can react, which they don't. That's the issue, and that's the thing.
Koritz actually didn't get spotted by Dudo so far.
That's really strange. Like if Dudo is in some tricky bush that can spot only people when they come enough for a shooting range, that can be a big problem.
Koritz is spotted now. Koritz, that RU251, he does spot Dudo in return, but Koritz, he gets blown up completely. Can they trade Dudo in return, though? They kind of have to at this point. Koritz was a sacrifice. Now Dudo takes a lot of damage here as well. They need to pick up this RU251. Can they do it? One more shot. Can Shokish pick it up? No. Dudo actually survives.
He broke a tree. He broke a tree. They can shoot by that. You can see the tracer going all over the place. Oh, lucky little Dudo.
Well, Dudo survived that one and Koritz didn't.
Don't break the trees while you're running away. It's a big hint where you are. That was a lucky one to survive. But Koritz there, by not spotting Dudo, I mean by not getting spotted by Dudo, actually died. Because he did not anticipate anyone being there.
It's a big advantage here for the Wild Bunch, you could say.
Yes, but now we will see a big rotation coming in from Ding, and Wild Bunch should already adjust to that. Because Ding knows now that majority of their team is in the woods. So their play for the 2-cap will come in soon. And it already is. Look the position of the grill and that butshot on the hill.
So Ding now pushing positive down that eastern side in his butshot in the zero line. Hulk is just covering him, and now Phenomenal took the Linio's spot pretty much.
Well, Phenomenal here is now spotting because he has no HP, and we really need to see some kind of reaction here by the Wild Bunch. They're still expecting rotation from the Ding, but it looks like the map is frozen. If I didn't know better, I would think that everyone disconnected. Everyone waits for this spot of the positive. He's just checking out that not very good position. We've seen several teams lose games because they left a medium here in this little defilade. Last team we've seen use it was Kazna, I think, and everyone gave up after that.
Oh, he actually spotted Dudo.
Oh, how badly did Dudo position if he allowed himself that?
Can Positive pick him up? He's gonna try for it. No, Dudo repositions. So some intel being gained here. Oof, Positive. That was a close miss there from Agorni.
Well, Positive faded now. And if he realizes that Dudo is alone, it will be just a freebie and trade-off for Koritz. And the plays by Ding will come in then. Breaking actually bouncing some shells here on the middle.
Positive should be able to pick up Dudo now, though.
If he hits him.
If he hits him. Dudo actually gets one shell on the way out. Shockish. Oh, he took a lot for that one. -1 KHP already. The Wild Bunch, they're looking good in this one, Mojo.
Oh, what a cheeky shot on Valdir there, like high rolls even. But Ding has to rotate over and they're already 2 KHP down. Now the Wild Bunch, if they manage to pressure them from this side, so Positive and Halknik are not in a play, they will win a game.
Here comes the Wild Bunch. They're pressuring. Positive is not inside yet, in position yet, and already a lot of damage being dealt onto Ding. Agorni here, he's the first one. He overextends a little bit, and he gets wrecked completely by the boys from Ding. That was not the peak they wanted. Kiki as well. He gets picked up from the sidelines. So far, the Wild Bunch, they had an overmatch here, but they're kind of throwing away the advantage they had. Now Ding, they're trying everything they can to keep Mary in this one. The Wild Bunch has to be careful now.
This is a big, honestly, throw by the Wild Bunch at the moment because they had an overmatch. They just didn't commit on time. They gave chance to TD to come, Halknik to shoot from the village side, and even Positive to connect shells from the back.
Now Ding, I mean, it's a 4v4 here. They can still possibly do it. I didn't even think it was possible at this point. The Wild Bunch, they had a big overmatch. They kind of let it slip, but phenomenal. Picks up Marakar, though, in that IS-7, so great stuff there from him.
No connection here for Halknik, so that's a problem. And the damage gun, that's even a bigger problem with all the perks and everything.
I think the Wild Bunch, they're going to try and take another overmatch here as they know Positive is not in the fight. Shockish repositions as well. Mr. Kella will be the first one going over. Hulk needs to land a shell here. He's on 259 HP. Can he land it? Positive trying to do what he can from the side. Hulk, though, doesn't land the shell. L-Train goes low here. Now the Wild Bunch finally adjusting again. Finally taking a good overmatch. Not showing away any unnecessary HP. Positive will be the last one standing here for Ding.
This is a good play by the Wild Bunch here now. We've seen how essential it is to keep all your tanks alive from the start and read the enemy rotations. Koritz died really early by just luring himself into the trap. And the Wild Bunch made a really good exploit, reading when will their rotation come and shooting their tanks while they're trying to cross away.
Well, Positive g's tracked, gets held, does pick up Valdir. Mr. Kella now should be the one to make it all even against between these two. Did not expect to see it go that way. Positive now on reload. Kella picks it up. It's going to be all even again between these two. The Wild Bunch.
Wild Bunch playing for their best here.
Although that was iffy at the end. Agorni, Kiki.
He probably, as a leader, gave order to attack.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
But it wasn't coordinated well, and he just died alone. And he probably turned back and where are they? Oh.
I don't know, that's always the feeling I have when I was leading. I would go like, let's push here, and then it felt like you were like 10 seconds ahead of everybody else because you were already thinking it while saying it.
Yeah, I'm like pinging like, why are you guys 2 squares behind me? Come on, help.
So Agorni a little bit over-eager there, and then Kiki as well. I go closer than it really should have been. Hulk, if he landed 1 or 2 more extra shells.
He managed to land. That's why they lost so many tanks in the middle of the Wild Bunch. But
they go close
they were still stuck.
I don't even know how Phenomenal managed. Ah, well, I mean, he shot Marakar under the rail.
They were still
okay,
stuck.
Who's the number 1? No cheating.
Positive.
Let's take a look. Is it going to be Positive? Is Mojo going to be right for the first time today? Well, no.
At least he's second.
That doesn't count.
No cookie for me.
You had enough cookies today, mate.
Yeah. Cookies are good for diet, mate.
But it's going to be Phenomenal taking that number 1 slot. He was my highlight player here. 3k damage. Not bad.
Not too shabby for this map. Valdir in I7, that's quite a lot of damage for this.
Especially with that gun.
Yeah. So, good play, the Wild Bunch. I'm really interested, you should ask them in next interview, were they actually trapping with position of the Duolinho, or did Duolinho just miss a bush?
I will ask, actually, because that seems weird.
Was that planned or accident?
Now, Shockish took a lot of unnecessary damage there. Really?
Yeah, they
Because they
just
crossed over and he took like 1,000 for that.
they really got completely caught off, and their rotation was off. So that's why they will.
Here, Korean,
there
he's
we go.
like, oh, guys, I'll take the bush. Oh, okay.
Oh snap!
Posi-
Well, we all know that when you get spotted, you don't see it immediately. It's
3
those 3
seconds.
seconds. And when you're driving a tank like a Roo that goes really fast, like 70 kilometers per hour,
He just disappeared at this point, by the way. He was
Yep.
2.2k HP.
he got shot by Grille and then from the other tanks.
They go pretty close at that point, but the Wild Bunch, you know, they finally managed to take it.
They had
Here, that was great from Phenomenal. How did he even kill Marakar? I don't understand. He was in J5 and he killed Marakar. That has to be Marakar like bad positioning, because if he's over the rails, there's no way that Phenomenal hits that shot.
Nope. But 2-2.
2-2, all even. Now moving into our next favorite map. Woohoo! Moravanka. Yay.
Oh yeah, we're
Let's
gonna
go.
see some bushwanking. What can we do?
Pretty much.
Well, God knows, maybe some of them will actually play some progressive tactics and we will finally see someone play a shorter game. But it doesn't look like a Ding playstyle. I think they will clear all the bushes if they can in their
Well,
life.
Mojo, let's take a look at the tanks and see if we got a progressive lineup as well.
So Ding in offense here, playing with 357s and 4 French Clippers. This is something we've seen them play before, but with this they can go both in woods or trigger the cap, depending what they like more. The Wild Bunch, on the other hand, here...
It's a fairly common one. You were already asking, I remember, to switch the E5 into T57.
Yes.
Well, they listened to you.
Yes, it is a much better choice, because with this you can defend yourself. If you're pushed around the corner, you can do much more with this tank now. So fairly decent setup by both teams. Again, that TVP, I don't know, like we've seen so many guys even on Murovanka getting wrecked, and really occasionally get some profit when you're defending with TVP.
Well, Mojo, we're going to have to see who decides who can take the upper hand here on our first round. It's going to be Murovanka. For both these teams here going blow for blow. 2-2. Ding is attacking, Wild Bunch is defending. Now, Mojo, progressive tactics, yes or no?
Well, Ding has every opportunity here to press hard on them and then provoke a reaction, and they are going for the top cap with this pick. Now, what I'm interested in is to see how will the Wild Bunch position their tanks. Can they do some shots while they're approaching, and what route will even Ding take? Will it be from the lower side, from the village side, or from the upper side that we've seen Rage Quit take in the last games?
Positive here is going to be the
Actually,
advanced.
roster.
Koreets and Positive are the advanced scouts between these two. Koreets is checking if he gets spotted so he knows how far up Dudo is. Always has to be careful over there. Hooknik gets spotted, Positive gets spotted as well, but that's not a real issue so far for Ding. They're just getting intel at this moment.
Now, Gorny here, he is doing this kind of spotting. We've seen some teams that they send fast batches to deal with that one guy, but that's why exactly L-Train is sitting like there. He's going to shoot anyone who is trying to peek around and shoot it. But those 57s are now in the cap, and they are a big problem.
Well, there we go now. Ding already putting 2 guys on the cap here. Shokish and Marakar are going to be those 2, pushing it all the way down to 45 seconds. The Wild Bunch, you can see the rotation. Ogoni will join Phenomenal and Kiki and Duda on that eastern side. But Koreets already getting a lot of intel there.
Shokish and Mrakar are keeping the cap under pressure. They can leave any moment, and the biggest danger for them, as we've seen in last game, is if someone has a lot of tanks sniping them from the back, which is exactly what the Wild Bunch is trying to do with a lot of tanks.
They actually left the cap here, Ding. They're going to go for the overmatch on the 1-2 line. It seems going to be Positive and Hooknik. Hooknik already takes a lot over there. Cap is not an issue anymore. Actually, just take the E1 piece. Oh, Positive! Look at that fire coming out from the Wild Bunch from all the way behind.
Brilliant play here by Wild Bunch. I've already noticed them once on Murovanka. When they play against Arti, they really rotated well there on the south and they kept those tanks out of the reach, like now, exactly like now in that corner, so they can't get hit easily. And there is a lot of HP advantage for them.
There comes the tanks from Dingdos with T-57s. They are pushing forward. They want to take a fight here, but are already taking a lot of damage on the way. Mr. Kella still being ignored there. Now, there comes the push from Dingdos. T-57s pushing forward. Phenomenal is the first target here. A lot of damage onto Phenomenal. He gets wiped off the map. The power of the T-57 heavy. But look at their shells. Maraka is the only one, while Mr. Kella gets pounced on by Hooknik and Kuriz. They need to take him out before Hooknik goes down. Mr. Kella goes for the ram here. He really needs to take down Hooknik if he can. Can he pick up Hooknik? No!
Ooh, tough luck here, but they will both still be in reload. While the Wild Bunch has a lot of advantage here, they really need to care of those 57s, but they reloaded again.
There they come again.
And the next wave of pain will come.
There comes the next wave as Mary and Shokish are now pushing forwards. Valdir also gets spotted in the side there. Shokish, he wants to take the peaks with the T-57 heavy. Mary coming from the side. Already a lot of damage onto Valdir here from Break, but Break has to be careful there. Shokish now comes over, picks up Valdir. Eltrin is going to be the next one here for Ding. They're still down in HP, but they're getting ahead here in guns. Kiki is on reload. Mary still has 2 shells available. Gorny, he will be coming off reload though any second now. Can he do something against Meritorious? Mary lands the first. Gorny, he has 4 shells available now. Can Hulk? Ooh, Hulk misses.
He just doesn't know how many shells Mary has, but he is not even in position to finish him off that easily now. Look at this crossfire and the amount of experience coming from Ding and better
They
play.
have 4 guys right now on a one-shot as Kuriz managed to pick up Dudu. Kiki is actually the last one standing. He will turn from a great defense to a dramatic ending as Kiki chops a lot of HP. 136. Break will be the one to pick it up, and that was a phenomenal comeback. A great comeback there from Ding.
Brilliant overmatch, but those 357s
Great play.
we've seen,
Great
I
play.
think they will be the most damage dealers
That
on
was-
this map, no, for sure.
That was great from Ding. That
The
was
first
really good.
moment when the Wild Bunch started falling is phenomenal. Phenomenal,
He
did
got
not
wrecked.
position well, and he got wrecked by
He got tracked.
357s.
He got tracked, repaired, and just wiped away. Wiped away by those T-57 heavies. He was a big factor in that round. Him dying there, it was not good. You
So
cannot die.
that was a huge problem here we saw for the Wild Bunch. They
And
lost
Break.
the crossfire there, they lost rotation there, then they got stuck below the hill, and they did not coordinate their
Break
fire
played well. Break played really well there. He came from the side, distracted Valdir, so Valdir couldn't do anything. Valdir had to clip on Break, who was full HP, and then Shokish and Mary just, you know, dominated really in that round.
It was a really good display of skill here by Ding, who practically won
Like
back
in the
the
first
lost
round.
round. Yes.
Like what you talked about in the first round, keeping their tanks alive.
It's all about that, and they're really good at it. I mean, the Wild Bunch is losing. This is the second round, we still didn't lose, just on that difference in skill.
It looked so good for them in the beginning.
It was a brilliant display for them on defense. It was really good plan. The crossfire, the everything worked.
I mean, Ding took like 3k damage before the Wild Bunch even took any, but then some mispositioning really costing them.
Unreal. Unreal, really.
Unreal. Let's take a look at the stats. It's actually Break there.
Breakneck there.
I
first.
did say he made some crucial plays.
And he was really well positioned, but I didn't expect he would actually have this big impact on a game.
Yeah, but look at the T-57. So Mary 2.7, Shokish 1.7. I think Morocco will have like 1.6.
I would expect actually all of them to be there in the top.
Well, Morocco didn't get all of, like, he got picked off pretty early.
So this was a really dramatic game here. I kind of liked it because it broke
great.
our monotony. We didn't look people 10 minutes driving around the map and doing nothing. So this is kind
Well,
of...
Morocco actually only did 2 shells of damage. But he
Oh.
was the one to pick up the kill against Phenomenal, though. But still, that was some impressive play there from Ding. That is like some, you know, this is not only the proof why they are currently #1 in the league, the way they recovered there.
But they still have to prove it in this match. It's not over.
Yeah, I'm just saying, the way they play that round out is very rarely that a team comes back from being so far down.
This is one of the moments when we can see how they are recovering from the game. And like Ding is really situated well now, because now they're going on defense on Murovanka. And we've been saying many times,
I don't think they can lose on defense.
Yeah, it's really dangerous if you manage to pick up 2-0 on some map, especially in results like that. Ding usually doesn't drop their match points.
So much unluckiness here for the Wild Bunch. Mr. Kala could have picked up one of those tier 9 bad shots. But then great play from Ding. Agorni. There's a lot of individual mispositioning here, you can say at least. A lot of individual misplays from the Wild Bunch, where you see the difference between a team like Ding and a team like the Wild Bunch, where Ding, their positions were almost flawless. They weren't ideal. I mean, Positive in the beginning got wrecked pretty hard. The Wild Bunch, after a lot of their batch shots, a lot of their players, their initial setup was great, but after fell apart.
I just think the Ding did not expect them to be so well positioned, and their reaction was really good, and it was all in. But when they went all in, they really did it. You did not see slackers, you did not see people on other side of the map doing nothing. They went as a unit. Everyone was attacking all enemy important positions so they don't get wrecked by some crossfire. That's why those batches lost so much HP pushing the red line and taking out that STB that could have lost them the game. Easy like this if they neglect him. So their reaction was right there and then, and it just happened in a second.
Yeah, you could just see the way Break played that, the way he just peeked over, shared his HP. That was great stuff. Well, that was that round done and dusted. Let's see what we got for our tanks for the next round already. Ding here, I mean, a common setup, and then the Wild Bunch, double tier 9 Batshot Mojo on attack, and Grill, T57. Both these teams going with a fairly decent lineup.
Ding using the pretty standard lineup for them, and the Wild Bunch with no arty this time in attack. So a lot of rotation coming in from them, and again that 57 that can be used in that pressure on the cap, or you can easily go with Grille and 57 down in the forest and try to clear the bushes together with all these clippers. So if they trained it well, if they manage to take out the 3090, they can have a game in themselves. And
I just really think that the Wild Bunch needs this round right now. Like looking forward, I didn't need to take this.
Well, it doesn't have to be a genius to see that one coming. Because it will be a match point if they lose
No,
this.
I mean with the next map as well.
Next map being Ruinberg and Ding being on defense first. It really does not look well for them if they drop this one.
So it's all going to be on the Wild Bunch this round to make it all even. So far, they've been going blow for blow, like I said. I mean, wouldn't be surprised if the Wild Bunch kind of pull it out. And let's see if they can actually come back all even between these two. Perhaps if the Wild Bunch managed to pick up this round. So let's get it underway. The 6th round between these two. The Wild Bunch on the offense, Ding on the defense.
The Wild Bunch going for the upper cap, so they gave up on any opportunity to try to kill Koritz maybe in some bush. They're probably scared of a time they would need to do it. And if they fail, then they would be forced on some slow rotation.
It's an all-in. It looks like an all-in, Mojo.
It's a fast game. They're going to try to surprise Ding here by their play and then do some counter push whenever they can. Now, they left the 57. Ooh, Phenomenal took a big chunk of damage there.
Phenomenal already taking a lot, losing his driver, but he'll be all right as he's behind the building here. Mr. Kella trying to trade with Mary. Both of them going one shot down, but Marakar actually takes a lot there. Great shot from Valdir, I think it was.
But let us not forget, they're not even trying to protect the lower side.
Triple cap.
So this does look like something that you will use to counter push with. I mean, these tanks are positioned to drive away, but all over the place.
If Agorni spots this though, Mojo, they could just go around the corner here. Agorni now spots them out. Oh, look at the amount of tanks coming from behind. Hooknik takes a big stall there from Valdir as well. Agorni kind of caught out there. 4 seconds left on the cap. They need to reset right now. They're taking so much damage for this. These autoloaders doing so much. Hook actually gets picked up almost instantly. Marakar as well taking so much. They trade Kiki in return, but Marakar goes down. Elche now the next one. Shokish here also drops low. They finally trading a little bit better. Agorni goes down. Elchin goes down as well, but still the Wild Bunch is in the lead, you could say.
No, this is, I think, Ding's game at the moment because their tanks are alive on rotation. There is 4 of them. If they manage to pull away and start playing on skill, don't forget, Phenomenal's driver is there all the time.
Very good point there. Positive is on reload, though. If Valdir can land a nice shell here, that could make it a little bit more even. Valdir now reloaded in that grill. Comes over, can he land a shell? Nice shell onto Positive. Positive still doesn't have reload available, and Valdir kind of has support there. Positive is now off reload, comes off, lands the first. He gets on the side of Valdir, kind of needs to track him now. 2nd shell from Positive. This is great so far, but Phenomenal. He needs to help Valdir here. He's almost off of reload. Can Positive pick it up? Oh, Valdir actually trades Positive in return. Mr. Kella now is going to get Mary as well.
That's a big trade here coming in. Can Kella finish off before taking too much damage here?
Kind of took a lot in that one now. Break, he's a 2-shot. Kella is a two-shot. Phenomenal is a two-shot. Kuriz has a lot of HP, but he's only a tier 8. He kind of needs to make one of them one-shot.
Break needs to have really good rolls here against Phenomenal one-on-one, because these two shells are crucial. Kuriz will take out Mr. Kella.
Kuriz will take out Mr. Kella. Great play by Kuriz in that tier 8 light tank. Kuriz now with a dead driver though can
It's
break.
the game of the dead drivers, mate.
Can break up play. Phenomenal here. Nice shot from Phenomenal onto Break. Break now down to 421. Kinda needs a high roll here. But nice shot again from Kuriz. Actually tracks Phenomenal. Break now going to peek from the other side. The bounce of Phenomenal's armor. Can Break outplay him. Break is on reload now.
Kuriz's last shell and for the game.
Can do it. Can he do it? Oh. Kuriz is like, come at me, bro. It's Phenomenal. Decides to reposition. He still has that driver, though.
I mean, Jack of all trades kind of helps, but
not that
much.
much.
Not that much. Breakneck needs this reload, and Kuriz has one shell. Will there be a moment that Phenomenal will catch him off, or Kuriz will just pick him off now?
Kuriz, can he pick it up? No, so far.
It's cheeky, and
But
Phenomenal
has
can
one
kill.
shell. Phenomenal only has one shell. He
He
can't.
can kill only one of them.
He has to pick who he kills.
What a close game.
If
Who
they
would
count it,
say?
though.
Breakneck will kill him off.
Will Break actually go for it? He's going to go for the peak. Break, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for the peak. Break picks up, misses. Phenomenal. Can he get around the corner? Break picks it up. It's going to be Ding coming onto match point. That was some close stuff.
That's as close as it gets, and Kuriz takes his team out of the brink of defeat back to the victory. Like
Break, that was very brave there, picking.
It was even reckless. I think he thought that the guy is in reload.
Phenomenal should have at least tried to shoot.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
But he was scared. Like, if he fires that one shell, the last shell the hell he has, that Breakneck could just go chase
yeah,
him
but
and
Break
kill him.
hadn't. I mean, Phenomenal should realize Break will
Yeah,
have
he
another
had a
shell.
full clip. He should have. He should have.
Well,
It was still a good play and
that
really,
was.
really,
It's
really
been
great
fun
game.
matches. I mean, it's been really close, to be honest, between these two.
Unexpectedly, the Wild Bunch is giving a great fight here.
They've been
and
giving great fights all season, especially against the good teams.
So, like, I'm kind of hoping they will manage to do whatever is needed to stay. Now, we know they have only one match after this, so if they don't manage
It
to
is
pull
Legend,
any
though.
points
Legend
here,
will
it's
decide.
Legend. So, Legend, who is not actually giving up, although they know they are not able to go to the next stage, they are fighting their wits. They actually won the last match, and they will be maybe in charge of the fate of the Wild Bunch.
Perhaps, but
Or it's wrongly put.
I
The Wild
think-
Bunch will still have their fate in their hands.
I think Break is going to be the top damage dealer here. Let's take a look. Let's see if I am right. No. Okay.
Nice one, bro.
I mean, I was close. I mean, he's in position 5. Your
Yeah,
logic.
That's right there on the same page, right? You're totally close.
Pretty much. I mean, it's,
Valdir
it's
actually-
the effort that counts.
Valdir did a lot of damage there.
Yeah, he played really well. If Phenomenal only had like a few seconds, well, he traded positive in return. Actually, that was impressive.
It was also well played by Positive, honestly. Like, in the moment of the push, he counted his reload really well. He played him around, but it was just Valdir just managed to pull off that last shot.
Yep,
Yeah, it was a good one.
It was great stuff there. The entire round very close. Kiki, that tier 9 batch
Poor
and L
Kiki,
Train.
Gotrek, and L Train.
And
Those are
Dudo
the
as
guys.
well. Those were the 3 guys that were on the cap.
Yeah, they died like almost instant. But that was a great fight all over the place after that.
And Ding, they do it again on the defensive side. Now,
Now we come to that situation when there is a match point for Ding, which is not something you want to go with. You are 2 games down, and it's a Ruinberg defense for Ding.
well, before we go into that, let's take a look at the highlights from that last round. It's just great. I saw on the cap here so much damage being taken by Ding. Again, they were down by HP by a lot. They recovered. They're very good at hitting all their shots.
What is important here when we
That
watch
was not
this
good by
kind
Dudo.
of conflict, Ding effectively taking a lot of damage, but they cleared one side from the enemy. So they would have a crossfire and deny the same to the Wild Bunch. Like, it's really messy, and only the best teams can actually make some kind of...
You know what's the best part about that right now? Right there when Positive tracked Valdir, because he tracked him on the right side, it actually swung him towards him.
Yeah,
Poor
that's
guy.
the worst. But in this kind of chaos, you really need to be in a good team to make any kind of sense and order. Because when these things start happening, it's pretty much to individual to see what's going on around him. Maybe you can see a call a bit, but you really still have to play your own game and just be on a level with everyone else. And that's why we come in the play. to the things you've been saying. It's much better to have 7 players in a team that play all the time together, and that +1 that
Yep.
kill will step in
I
if
stand
really
to that
needed.
point. I stand to that point. I will always stand to
And
that.
we see the difference here. You can see the
Yeah, you
reactions
can
by
s-
Ding and the Wild Bunch. Wild Bunch sometimes just cracks under that kind of
Where
pressure.
in Major League Ding wasn't like all together yet. Now they've been playing together so much, and it just shows they're really good unit. And this is why I think you agree. 7 players playing together is just so much better than rotating.
This is probably Korit's work because that's how he used to
Yep.
play in Virtus before, in Wombats after, which
A
was
solid
the same
lineup
team,
will
just
always be
different name.
better in the long run.
And it's like that. We've seen it, Navi and all the best teams. So let's see what we
Talking
have.
about lineups, let's take a look at what we got for our tanks. There's also a lineup there. Mojo. M40, 43, hello.
M40 in attack, well, that's a new one. Like we've seen on Grand Finals, people use a GC.
I think somebody used it this season already, or was it on the
In
Russian
defense,
region?
yes. In defense, yes. I
I
didn't
think it
see
was on
in
the
attack.
Russian region,
I don't know that.
but it was popular at Grand Finals indeed.
In Grand Finals, NSS used the
Conqueror GC.
Conqueror GC, and they took like 7 minutes to shoot. They
But-
actually managed to do some.
Well, Sim brought
good
it as
shots.
well on the Grand Finals, and they completely wrecked NSS on there. Like Drynitz, I think one-shotted like 3 tanks.
Really?
Yes, seriously, did like 4 or 5k damage.
Wow, I missed that match.
Yeah, it was when Sim took NSS to tiebreaker. He was insane on Roomberg. He had like an FV, he penned a 50B. He did 4k damage in 2 shells. Well, Mojo, enough about that. These guys, they are ready to fight. Let's find out who is going to take the next round on Roomberg. So now it's going to be on Ding here on the defensive side, and it's going to be the Wild Bunch attacking Mojo. I don't think it's going to be a quick round, as that M40 is going to need a lot of time here.
Well, that M40 has written all over the place 7 to 8 minutes. So it's going to be a lot of blind shooting on the bushes, but it also makes Ding play differently now because they cannot take default spots. Wild Bunch will now rely on shooting a lot of the positions before they approach the cap. So we're going to see a hell of a lot of far away spotting from the Wild Bunch and shooting from that arty. Now, if Dudulinho manages to do some kind of cheeky shots here, that's going to be a sign for the Wild Bunch to push.
The Wild Bunch here just taking control over that southern side. Kurit's already all the way down the 0 line in his T54 line. He does get spotted, spots out Agorni in return. Gonna be the first one shot here from Dudo. Agorni takes some already in his T68. Great shot there from Break. Kurit's takes some in return though.
Koritz is spotted here. Is RT already aimed? Because this should be his first aim here in these positions.
Don't think so. Dudo still has the shell available. Kuritz has faded in the meantime. There comes the shot. Nope, that's a miss.
Oh, this is going to be a long game. If we go like this, it's going to be a miss.
Now, the Wild Bunch, they have no reason to play aggressive at all. I mean, there is nothing they can do unless...
So what are they trying to do? Now we know all that everyone uses approximately these positions and these positions to spot this area. Now the RT will try to use that, but the problem is, okay, they have a light and there is a lot of alternative bushes you can take here, and pinpointing it out with only one M40 without any kind of additional spotting is kind of a problem, and the time is ticking away. So unless they manage to pull a direct shot here, and we see already Ding moving away, it's going to be a big problem. If he does that, they will eventually put cappers here, and they will try to approach with other mediums for a crossfire, and that will be their game. But in all honesty, I don't like that kind of approach because it requires so much time, and it is so easy to play against it because all you need is to spot with Koritz and keep everyone else back. And only thing that can disturb the Ding play is Koritz dying to a blind shot by Arti.
Kuritz is also not that kind of player that would just waste his position. Gorny gets spotted here. Ooh, nice shot from Mary there. Gorny taking some more. So far, not really good. Phenomenal taking some as well. Phenomenal taking some more in his bad shot.
If you're asking why is not Artie connecting, example, on Mary or someone else,
Because they're safe.
because they're mostly safe, and even when they peek for a second and they go back. So he cannot be aimed
Kuriz
all
got
over the place,
spotted.
but Kuriz was really careful now, and he may
Kuriz,
fall.
is he gonna go down? Kuriz, are you gonna go down? Yes, Kuriz actually goes down. Not sure what happened there, but all that matters is that tier 8 light is that is not good for Ding.
But they took so much damage so far. The Wild Bunch, they're 3000 HP down. Like, even if they go in a cap and make a crossfire, Dingsig has so much overmatching firepower, they can just push into them and kill them.
Oh, phenomenal. Takes some work and Break pick it up. Yes, Break picks it up from the bushes there. Great play by that batch. That Phenomenal goes down. Now, not looking good for the Wild Bunch. They're 4000 HP down. They need a solid connection here from Artie.
So they did kill off Koritz without use of
Positive
Artie.
is dead, I think. Positive here, 1v1 at Kiki. So far, he's winning though. Mr. Kella, where are you?
Breakneck is already coming in, so this will be a battle
Kiki
fight
is
here.
losing horribly here against Positive. He really needs Mr. Kella to come in. Can Positive pick up Kiki before he goes down? He should be able to. Yes, Positive actually picks up Kiki. So that's still a good trade for Ding.
And Breakneck is coming in hot here, so he will probably chase him in. I mean, Mr. Kella is smart enough to know to not stick around there anymore. But still, Ding as defender, well, almost 5000 HP up now.
Well, Mr. Kella, he actually stayed. This gives time for Break to actually catch up with that batch. So Mr. Kella actually, he could go down here. Nice shot onto Break though. Break getting close here. He knows
no
that
help.
Mr. Kella does. Yeah, Mr. Kella doesn't have the shells.
There is no help coming in.
Break should be able to pick up. Ooh, L-Train. L-Train bounces onto Mr. Kella. Can Break go down here? No, he's all right for now.
If he tries to kill Mr. Kella, L-Train can actually finish him off.
Shokish took a ton of damage there as well in return. An FE215B. Break a little bit of overextension there.
Mrakar is pulling away. They're giving up that part of the map, so Mrakar will actually go and try to support Breakneck, but he took out
He
Mr. Kella.
Break repeat.
Cheeky little Russian.
Oh, Break. Just love seeing him play sometimes. He re-peaked where nobody else would. Nope.
Man, he's a real carnivore. Like, when he goes with those teeth in someone's jugulars, he doesn't let go.
I don't think nobody from the Wild Bunch expected Break to re-peak that. And Hooknig now picks up a Gorny as well. Down to 3 tanks for the Wild
I think Wild
Bunch.
Bunch is now falling apart within themselves. They took so much damage and they're just falling one by one now. At the moment, this is... Sorry to say it, but these are the ending and dying moments of this team in this game.
In this game, indeed, it does not look good for the Wild Bunch. Valdir taking some here as well. Seems like the Wild Bunch fate mojo, it will be decided in their last game.
Against
But the first
Legend.
phase. Break is now going for round number 2. Valdir trying to do what he can. Break should get Dudolinho here.
Well, even if Dudolinho gets him, it doesn't really change anything.
Can Dudo pick up Break? Break actually...
Break is smart enough not to do that.
Great play there again from Break. Repositions.
I think Dudo would splatter him all over the map if he picked their mate.
Yeah, possibly. In a few thousand pieces. Now Break is going for round 2. Can he pick up Dudo? Dudo misses. Break will be the one to pick it up. Great play again. Great job.
Well, if you wonder, will Breakneck pick again? Like,
Yes.
by now you should know. It's yes.
Yeah.
It's always yes.
Well, most blocked definitely goes to Valdir, but it's not going to help him out here as now Ding. They're just pushing forward. They want to close this round. Valdir, and then it's just L-Train to pick off as well. Mary, can you pick up Valdir? Yes. No. Maraka is actually the one. L-Train, the last one standing here in his TVP. And Ding, they have done it. It looked close in the beginning, but just like usual, Ding edged himself into this match up more and more as L-Train, the last one standing. Mojo, it's all over.
It's pretty close. Seconds are counting in and this match will be over. It was a good start for the Wild Bunch. It was really good start. It looked like even as Kaznaven played.
Yeah, but then the same story.
One map and it's all over.
Yeah, same story as against Kazna. Against Ding. Close in the beginning, but Ding, just the last 3 rounds.
Just one-sided. I mean, okay, it's not really one-sided because honestly this Muravanka could have gone easily to the Wild Bunch side.
Experience beat eagerness.
But that experience is just too much. They really didn't know how to handle it. Maybe it even shook them a bit up, but this M40 thing, it's
Well, they were
not a
probably
good
kicking
idea.
themselves over that Muravanka round.
Yeah. It was still really good game by them, and I would actually, if I were them, I would be satisfied.
I mean, they
the
played
score
really
doesn't show
well.
it.
They
Yeah,
played
the score
really
doesn't
well.
show it, but it was really good match by them. And since they have their own fate in their fingertips, so they have 11 points, and they have one match with Legend. If they play this well, they will take those 3 points, and they will be safe, and no one be able to touch them. So they need to prepare for that one.
I mean, the Wild Bunch, it's been impressive so far this season. No disrespect to them at all. Ding was just a little bit better. They've been, I mean, the Wild Bunch coming in, again, last chance qualifier, doing a lot better than a lot of different teams would.
No. They are far above even some of the old Gold League teams at the moment. So by skill and by display and by everything they've shown. So no disrespect, man, there, but they're doing really well, though they don't have that much points.
Yep. But I think Break is top damage. Let's find out. Let's take a look and see if Break is actually top damage. Oh, wow, what a surprise.
Wow, almost 4K there.
That's not bad, Break. Not bad at all.
Ducky will send you a cookie. There you go.
No, I won't. I would keep it for myself.
Ducky will send you a picture how he eats cookie.
I mean, that is that's
that
an
is
idea.
doable.
I mean, that is actually, I can do that.
Wow, Dudulinho actually did some connections. I thought he will end up with
I think he had
maybe 0.
Shockish.
That's the HP we lacked.
Could have been.
But he must have hit someone else also. Korit says expected 0 damage there. He got spotted probably by Phenomenal.
Well, I think Kurit's shot. I'm guessing Kurit's shot. He go greedy. I don't know. It could have been that he shot because he has 2 shells fired, perhaps.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter anymore.
They won. That's all that matters. They stay on number 1, at least. They stay on number 1 no matter what
That's
happens.
26 points for them. They had 23, so 26. And I think they have like one more match with Kazna.
The Kazna?
Or-
No.
No, Kazna is next week.
Utopia.
But
But that's
Utopia
next week.
last. Yeah, Utopia last.
That's going to be so good next week.
It's gonna be epic for us because
okay.
that's the top 2 teams.
So, post-match stats, who's number 1?
Overall? Oh. Break.
Break?
I'm gonna call him.
Okay, let's see, Mojo. Let's see if it is Break. I'm not sure. God damn it.
Bazinga!
Look how happy he is with himself. You got something right. Congratulations, Mojo.
Just don't be so jelly.
I was going to say positive, so I would have been close. But
There you go.
great play by Break and positive. I mean, those are my 2 highlights for that team for sure.
Well, Valdir did a really good performance today.
But we're kind of
I
missing.
mean, honestly, entire
Who are we
Wild Bunch
missing?
team played decently. Agorni is nowhere to be found.
Yep, and we said it before, that is an issue. When Agorni is not, I mean, he's there, but we expect more from a player like him, from his caliber. I guess leading his team is taking a big toll on his playing ability from time to time.
Well, I don't know what to say about that because you will definitely have to ask Mr. Kell about it. But so far, I'm satisfied how the Wild Bunch played. If they manage to kind of smoothen some of the edges and to be rougher on those exchanges of HP
I feel like
preserving their own, they will be a team to be reckoned with.
I feel like, for me personally, my personal opinion on it, I feel like the Wild Bunch, they do deserve to go to the second phase.
I'm
I
really
mean,
hoping to see them, not because of that. Just
the way they
because
played, I do hope they make it to the second phase, really.
Yeah, it's really good to see. Let's see the overall standings now.
Yep, let's take a look at how that left us in the standings. The Wild Bunch, they're going to be staying on those 11 points. Ding, now take a 4-point lead on Utopia, but they have one more match as well. You can see they're in the bottom, Rusty Roster, they're staying on 9. And Rage Quit now moving to position 7.
It doesn't change much for a lot of people, but it does give a fighting chance to the Rage Quit, and the Wild Bunch still has, as we said, their destiny in their own hands.
All these teams so far still have their destiny in their own hands.
Yeah, some just have lesser chances than the others.
Yep. Well, I mean, it was a long matches today. I mean, Ding kind of made it
It's
easy.
because you were casting, mate.
I seriously, I don't know how many long
Tomorrow
matches.
we will see some blast of the
Double
matches, like,
5-0.
and that's about it.
Talking about tomorrow, Mojo, let's see what we got for our matches on Friday. First off, it's going to be Out of Range versus Swift, one of those bottom table clashes.
Swift, if they don't win this match with 3 points, they are in deep trouble. So this is gonna be life or death for them. On the other hand, Oops and Go Hard, they're out of the danger boat, but it will be a match of skill and really interesting one.
That
to
is
see.
such a highlight even. I think Oops is 4th right now.
They're
so
or
number
then Go Hard is third.
3. So this number 3 against number 4. That's still a great match.
It's a great match, and it's a great match because
also
we
really
have
depends
a
what
lot
oops we see.
of a lot of tactical. Yeah, but we have a lot of tactical issues in those both. Like they really play well, and they are teams that can play both fast and slow if they wish. So it's gonna be all about tactics and how they perform.
Well, Mojo, that's today done.
That was cool.
That was it from us today, but we have more thanks tomorrow. So tune in then. I bid you good night and see you next time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals.
Hanging by a wire, adrenaline to the brain. Get pumped up for the finish line. We gotta get past the pain. Without the pain, touch the pain, feel the pain, feel the pain, feel the pain.
All this comes down to is who's got nerves of steel and who's got the better strategy on this.
This could be a defining point here. Again, the team who doesn't pick this up is done. That's them. That's out.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Hellraisers, but Na'Vi got it done and dusted.
Reigning champions have again gone all the way.
One of the greatest matches we've ever seen in World of Tanks esports.
The 2000